Chapter 1066, A Divine Crystal Mineral Lode. Chapter 1066, A Divine Crystal Mineral Lode. Sir. Sure. Yen was startled for a while. His eyes brightened up. Divine light. It was the force that has admitted Ziyao, right? When they were in Broken Star Field in the far west region, an old man picked Ziyao and told them that he was from Divine Light. He had invited Ziyao to join them on behalf of his master. It has been dozens of years, but it felt like a blink of an eye. Today, Shi Yen heard the name of this force one more time. He was moved. He asked, "The Divine Light isn't a force in shadow, ghostly prison, right?" "No, it's not." Xia Yen frowned, her face dark and solemn. "Divine Light is an extremely mighty force." Shi Yen arched his brows. In Agate Star area, forces gather their allies despite races. The power of Divine Light is ranked first. It's not weaker than our fighting league. I think it's a level stronger, Xia Yen said objectively. In Agate Star area, there are so many forces. Some forces gathered by race. For example, the Monster Clan, the Demon Clan, the Wood Clan, and the Ghostmark Clan were the important races. Usually, the forces that gathered their warriors from the same clan were extremely strong. At the same time, some other forces would enroll members from different races. However, they were still as mighty as the other clans. The Fighting League of Shadow, Ghostly Prison, was one of the forces like that. As long as you were strong, no matter what race you are from, you could always join the force. Warriors who contributed a lot to Fighting League earned rewards or promotions to higher positions. The benefits they received were unimaginable. Divine Light was a similar force to the Fighting League. It was formed by warriors from many races, and its power was extraordinarily mighty. The Master of the Divine Light has a good relationship with the second Elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion and the Chief of the Fire Clan. She's a woman who knows how to connect influential forces. Xia Yen looked serious. The area of the Divine Light's authority isn't in Shadow, Ghostly Prison. The nearest region is by the edge, and it's adjacent to the Ghostmark Clan. They often have disputes. They have never operated in Shadow, Ghostly Prison. I don't know what happens this time. While she was explaining to Shi Yen, the Fighting League warrior was so worried. He couldn't help but shout, "Madam, the Divine Light warriors are all down there. Should we take action now?" Shi Yen turned around to look at her. "This is Shadow, Ghostly Prison. It's our territory." Xia Yan's face was cold and grim. She ordered resolutely, "Tell them that I'm going there personally. Ask them to leave, or else we will kill them." "Yes, ma'am." The man laughed evilly and then returned to the mine. His aura disappeared shortly after. Shadow, Ghostly Prison has many small forces. In the past, we fought against the Dark Shadow Clan, and the small forces also fight all the time. We don't have a moment living peacefully. I thought that we could have some quiet moment after the Dark Shadow Clan was gone. I never thought that Divine Light would come. TSK, they won't leave us alone here. Xia Yen was begrudging. She looked tired. She had been in Shadow, Ghostly Prison for 100 years, and she had been so busy during this time. If she weren't cultivating with the pellets to increase her realm, she would be busy with her troops fighting for the welfare of the Fighting League. It was so hard to meet Shi Yen again. She wanted to take a decent rest, and now the damn Divine Light emerged, which made her so agitated. Xia Yen was famous in Shadow, Ghostly Prison indeed. After the warriors of her Fighting League got underground for around 1 hour, the warriors of the Divine Light came out one by one. They looked at her with dark faces. However, they didn't say anything before leaving in their war chariots. Divine Light had only one battleship, which carried less than 100 warriors. The strongest of that group had only first sky of Ethereal God Realm. The battleship of Divine Light looked like a straight, silver arrow. Beams of beautiful light twirled around it like a soft ribbon, which made the ship marvelously outstanding. Shi Yan looked at the battleship leaving. He released his soul consciousness and used his familiarity of life magnetic field to check the Divine Light's battleship. After a while, he smiled and shook his head. Well, it couldn't be that much of a coincidence. Xia Xanyan looked at him skeptically. Why do you have to sense the warriors of the Divine Light? The highest realm warrior has just first sky of ethereal God realm. We can tell that at first glance. Why do you have to use your soul to sense their life magnetic fields? I'm just curious. Shi Yan was naturally calm. Xia Xanyan didn't ask him furthermore. She ordered some subordinates to enter the mine. After a while, they returned and shook their heads reluctantly. The Divine Light took all the blue crystal sand. Okay, leave a group of 10 here. After I return to the headquarters, I will send more mine slaves. Advising them, Xanyan rode the battleship and left. After dozens of days, the flying bird battleships of the Windstorm War Department patrolled neither slow nor fast around many mineral stars, which used to belong to Dark Shadow Clan. However, what had surprised them was that half of the mineral stars of the Dark Shadow Clan now had warriors of the Divine Light guarding it. It seemed like those warriors had hurried to go to Shadow, ghostly prison. There weren't many of them. Most of the time there was around 10 of them on a mineral star, and their realms were really high. When Xia Xanyan ordered them to leave, the Divine Light's warriors were smart enough not to resist her. They just left quietly. Along their way, the Fighting League had shooed away the Divine Light's warriors 10 times. Gradually, Xia Xanyan lost her patience. She also felt something was wrong. She recognized that those Divine Light warriors were here just to claim the territory of the Dark Shadow Clan. It was like an announcement of their involvement in this area. Apparently, the Divine Light warriors knew that Dark Shadow Clan had left Shadow, ghostly prison. That was why they weren't afraid of anything to take those mines. The Master of Divine Light and the Second Elder of the Potion and Tool Pavilion had a good relationship. Thus, Fu Wei, Jia Duo, and Feng Yan must have arrived at Potion and Tool Pavilion. That was how the elders of the pavilion had received this information. Today, the Windstorm War Department landed on a level 6 life star. Before the Dark Shadow Clan left, this was their resident base. The planet still had a lot of buildings built by the Dark Shadow Clan. However, they couldn't see anyone from the Dark Shadow Clan today. Anyway, no one knew where the Dark Shadow Clan's headquarters were situated. The Dark Shadow Clansmen moved through space, slits, like wandering ghosts. Sometimes they would anchor in this life star. This life star was a familiar stop to the Dark Shadow Clan because it had a divine crystal load. Dark Shadow Clan had considered it the most important base. The Fighting League had been thirsty for this life star for years. To claim this place, they had fought the Dark Shadow Clan many times. Most of the time they managed to take it, but the Dark Shadow Clan would ambush them not long afterward. They often had to bear big losses. Looking at the luxuriant big trees and foliage in the immensely vast forest, Xanyan smiled brightly and spoke happily. Our hegemon has laid his eyes on this planet for a long time. I heard that the divine crystal load in this planet could store hundreds of millions of divine crystals. Shi Yan was astounded. Hundreds of millions of divine crystals. Yeah, enough for warriors of the Fighting League to cultivate for 100 years. Her face was filled with satisfaction. For this life star, Fighting League and Dark Shadow Clan had had many battles that had killed so many warriors. As the Dark Shadow Clan had gone, we finally got this life star. Many warriors of the Fighting League stood on the flying bird battleships and observed. They were all excited. Hundreds of millions of divine crystals were a fortune that made everybody crave for it. Divine crystals were the basis of the warriors' daily cultivation. Warriors from races that needed earth and heaven energy to cultivate couldn't live without divine crystals. At the same time, Divine crystals were the currency in many regions. A mineral lode with hundreds of millions of divine crystals was a huge fortune that every force would want. No wonder why the Dark Shadow Clan and the Fighting League had fought for years for it. This life star had many majestic mountains that jutted into the clouds. Some imposing mountain ranges were situated in an area of several hundred miles. They were homes of spiritual animals and herbs. This level 6 life star had abundant energy with normal gravity, so it was a good place to cultivate. Warriors of the Fighting League took in refreshing air with earth and heaven energy. They were smiling happily. Shi Yan's line of sight shot further. He suddenly frowned, speaking in a low-pitched voice. Someone's here. Xia Xianyan looked in the direction he was watching. 10 miles away on a grand 10,000-meter mountain sat a young man wearing gray clothes. He looked a little yellow and he sat cross-legged. That young man had indifferent eyes. His aura was calm and placid like the great mountain underneath. He gave people a pressure of something majestic and deep. This young man didn't have a good-looking appearance. His face was yellowed. He looked like he was in his 30s. No one knew why he was sitting idly atop that mountain. The mountain range he's sitting on is the fountainhead of the divine crystal lode. Xia Xianyan hissed and furrowed her brows. I wonder if it's a coincidence or if he is doing it on purpose. Something's wrong here. He cultivates Earth Power Upanishad at third sky of ethereal God realm. His life magnetic field is abundant. This man is really dangerous. Squinting, Shi Yan used his soul to sense. He got the precise news shortly after. His face changed quietly. That young man had third sky of ethereal God realm, but his blood chi and life energy fluctuation could be compared to Cocker of the Dark Shadow Clan, who Shi Yan used to confront. This supported the fact that the young man could fight a warrior at first sky of incipient God realm. He had the competence to leap one level and fight. This finding stiffened Shi Yan's face. He took a deep breath. Maybe he came here because of the divine crystal lode. Xia Xianyan nodded and contemplated for a while before waving her hand to order her subordinate. Go there and check it. The Windstorm War Department's battleships floated and flew swiftly to the peak of the Grand Mountain. They hovered around the mountaintop. The warriors of the Fighting League watched the young man in silence. The young man was still as calm and quiet as a majestic mountain. He looked at the warriors before his eyes fixed on Xia Xianyan. Xia Xianyan of Fighting League. Yes, it's me. Who are you? This life star belongs to the Fighting League from now on. Please leave. Don't throw yourself into troubles. Xia Xianyan shouted at the young man. The young man frowned. He sat still like he was a mountain, speaking in a low-pitched voice. This place used to belong to the Dark Shadow Clan. After the Dark Shadow Clan left, it became unowned. The Dark Shadow Clan is gone. It belongs to our Fighting League now, said Xia Xianyan seriously. The young man had a placid complexion like water. No, it belongs to our divine light from now on. The young man stood up all of a sudden, his voice so cold. This is not only for this planet. All the mineral stars that we've claimed before you expelled us now belong to the divine light. Who are you? Xia Xianyan was surprised. Sana. The young man didn't look at her, but looked somewhere further back. He suddenly cried, ear-piercingly. His whistle was like the cry of the ghost. It was low and cold, twirling while moving away. Immediately, battleships floated up from the dark forest from a far-away distance. They slowly approached and closely surrounded the 10 battleships of the Windstorm War Department. Chapter 1067, Holding Hostage. Chapter 1067, Holding Hostage, Almost 100 battleships emerged. They looked like they were made of gold. The entire body of the battleships was sparking sharply as if they were real lances. This fleet was called Blood Lance, the ruthless lance of divine light. Captain Sana was the soul of this blood lance, the expert of the new, infamous generation of Agate Star area. The battleships of the Blood Lance fleet scattered, forming a net that surrounded all the battleships of the Windstorm War Department. The warriors of divine light came from many different races. They all had the brutal aura of warriors who had been fighting year-round. Right now, they all gazed at the warriors of the Windstorm War Department. Sana! Xia Xian Yen changed her face. She kept silent for a while and then said, I've heard of you. You're the adopted son of the Divine Light's master. You're the master of the Blood Lance fleet, a famous young expert of Agate Star area, and a deadly weapon of divine light. The young man had an indifferent face. He spoke faintly. The Dark Shadow Clan's territory is unowned now. If the Fighting League can rob them, we can too. In Shadow, ghostly prison, we used power to talk. We will do that the same way. Dark Shadow Clan and our Fighting League had fought for years. We've spent a lot of effort to deal with that alien clan. We finally expelled them. Do you think you're despicable enough to interfere with the business at this moment? Xia Xianyan gritted her teeth. It's not only the Fighting League who had expelled the Dark Shadow Clan. Don't say it as if you've done all the merits. Sana frowned and didn't try to be polite. When the Fighting League first arrived in Shadow Ghostly Prison, you came with empty hands. Everything you got was from your robberies. What our divine light was doing is no different from your circumstance. Don't try to reason with us. It's not interesting. It's cliché. The Bloodlance fleet had around 1,000 warriors, while the Windstorm War Department had only 300. They were outnumbered. As they were besieged here, they would obviously lose once the battle started. The leader of the opponent was Sana, the young, famous expert of Agate Star area. His reputation had far surpassed Dulin's, and the Blood Lance fleet of the Divine Light was also a wide-known powerful force. It was much more dangerous than the Windstorm War Department. The power that their enemy had at this moment had overwhelmed them. Xia Xianyan didn't know if they could do more than just hiding and waiting for the right chance. Xia Xianyan wasn't foolish. Seeing what they had presented, she knew she couldn't get anything good this time. Well, you're a genius then. We will talk about it later. Go. She pondered for a few seconds and then hissed. Warriors of the Windstorm War Department were worried. They knew that they couldn't stand this battle. They had prepared to leave as they were ordered. Boom! 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 The battleships of Blood Lance shot out blinding lights, weaving with each other like shooting stars and blocking the others. Warriors of the Divine Light had a cold complexion, while energy surged on their bodies. They were ready to release their attacks. Xia Xianyan changed her visage. Sana, what do you want? She could see that they didn't want to let them go. This chaotic situation was over her estimation. She was restlessly anxious. Well, we want you to stay here and take a rest. Sana still had an indifferent countenance. I heard that the hegemon of Fighting League has always favored you. We want to talk to him through you. Perhaps we don't need any battle to solve the business in the mineral stars that the Dark Shadow Clan had left. Hearing him, all the warriors of the Windstorm War Department reddened as their raging flames burst out. They understood that Sana wanted to capture Xia Xianyan to threaten hegemon Fengyan and force him to acknowledge their possession of the mineral stars left by Dark Shadow Clan. Everybody grimaced. Xia Xianyan's soft body shivered. She understood and sobbed while screaming, Sana, you've planned this before, right? Yeah, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Sana's voice was stiff. He didn't conceal but admitted it simply. Seeing him not have any fear to make the situation clear, Xia Xianyan quieted down. She slowly pulled herself together and looked around as if she was considering something. I'm kind enough to remind you. Besides me, we have a precursor at first sky of incipient God realm here. Sana frowned and spoke as if he could read her mind. Don't try to enrage me. Don't exert yourself to fight. Although the Windstorm War Department is strong, I believe my blood lance is enough to destroy you all." Hearing they had an incipient god realm expert here, Xiaoxianyan finally discolored. She was dispirited. Warriors of the Fighting League felt their hearts sinking. They exchanged looks, but all remained silent. "He's here because of Feng Yan. We didn't expect that precursor Feng Yan wouldn't come. Anyway, we don't need to move then," Sana explained in a cold voice. "Could we return to our battleships to rest?" Xiaoxianyan asked with dimmed eyes and tired voice. "Yes, you can." Sana's tone was still indifferent. "As long as you don't provoke us, we won't restrain you too much. You're smart. You know what to do." The warriors of the Windstorm War Department returned to their battleships and disappeared into the cabins. Sana coldly observed them. After all of the warriors of Fighting League had gone into the cabins of their battleships, he made a gesture. Warriors of his bloodlands then drove the battleships away and maintained a distance of several thousand meters from the Windstorm War Department. They could defend, and they didn't want to cause any unexpected dispute. Sana sat down on the peak of the mountain again. However, this time he took out a soundstone. It seemed like he was talking to somebody from Divine Light. That Sana is powerful. Inside the flying bird battleships, Xiaoxianyan furrowed her bold brows and spoke. "This man is a deadly weapon of Divine Light. He's the adopted son of Divine Light's master. I heard he has been cultivating for years in the fiery desert south of Agatstar area. The fiery desert is burning hot. Many members of the Fire Clan go there to cultivate. Sana has stayed in fiery desert for a long time, and he has made friends with many important warriors of Fire Clan. That was why Divine Light and Fire Clan had a close relationship. Sana is an extremely heartless warrior. He has destroyed a lot of forces to protect the benefits of his Divine Light. Some ethereal god realm warriors of Windstorm War Department winced. They didn't have any solution. They abducted Our Lady to threaten the hegemon. A good plan, then. Hegemon would perhaps listen to them, said a warrior while looking at Xiaoxianyan. Everybody knew that Feng Han had treated Xiaoxianyan with unconditional and unreasonable love. To increase Xiaoxianyan's realm, Feng Han hadn't regretted anything. In the beginning, they thought Feng Han had a crazy love for her. Later on, they found out it wasn't the true story. Feng Han's close protection and caring to Xiaoxianyan was just the indulgence a brother gives to his little sister. Thus, they knew that Divine Light had made a good move in using Xiaoxianyan to threaten Feng Han. Feng Han would absolutely do what they wanted. Do they actually have an incipient God Realm expert hiding there? Xiaoxianyan sighed and couldn't help but ask Shiryan. The warriors of Fighting League also looked at him. On the way to the space passage of the Dark Shadow Clan, Shiryan had used his powers to prove that he always had a subtle solution in any adversity to rescue people. Just like Monster Clan and Demon Clan, the warriors of the Windstorm War Department who had followed Xiaoxianyan had trusted him wholeheartedly. They all looked and waited for Shiryan to give them hope with yearning eyes. "Yeah, there's an incipient god realm expert," Shiryan nodded and beamed a forced smile. "He stays in the mountain range underneath Sana. His life energy is really strong. Well, he's the most persuasive thing here." Listening to him, everybody had a heavy face. "Shiryan, you cultivate space power Upanishad. Can you?" Xiaoxianyan recalled something. She hurried to ask. "Let me try." Shiryan chuckled and closed his eyes. He urged his energy and tried to find a space node. Suddenly, an icy cold aura shot out from the mountain underneath Sana. That aura shot up into the sky and chased after Shiryan's soul consciousness and froze it within 1 second. A gleam of ice appeared right at Shiryan's glabella. He shuddered and retrieved his soul consciousness. He hissed. Someone interrupted me. That incipient God realm expert underground is using his power to prevent us from sending information away. We can't use the sound stone to contact other people. He stopped my soul consciousness right after I sent it out. I couldn't find the space node to build a space door. Everybody sighed begrudgingly. That first sky of incipient God realm expert had just stopped Shuryan's soul consciousness. He didn't mean harm. Otherwise, Shuryan couldn't retrieve his soul consciousness that easily. Just keep silent and watch for any change. Xan, Yen pondered for a while. As she found no solution, she said that to calm her people down. Warriors of the Fighting League sighed. They regarded her with a lot of bitter emotions. They knew that the divine light had trapped them. They had planned to use powerful warriors to capture Xan Yen and use her to blackmail Feng Han. They would make Feng Han give all the mineral lodes that the Dark Shadow clan left behind. Although they knew the others' purposes, they didn't have a solution to resist. This feeling irritated them. Shuryan and Xan Yen returned to the deck of the battleships to observe their surroundings discreetly. They wanted to see if they could use the characteristics of this area to escape. Sana of Divine Light always sat above that mineral lode. He didn't move and just used the sound stone to talk to someone. He seemed to be discussing something with Fighting League. Today, a battleship of the Divine Light appeared in the sky of this planet. This battleship was made of some strange but marvelous purple crystal. It was crystal clear and filled with light. It looked like a massive chunk of purple crystal descending from the sky. Many warriors of Divine Light saw that battleship. They looked shocked at first. Then they became so excited and began to clamor. Sana had sat there for a long time. Seeing the purple battleship landing, his stiff face pulled a rare smile. He stood up immediately to welcome that purple crystal battleship. Ah, some VIPs from Divine Light came. They do highly evaluate us. One of the Fighting League warriors sneered. Do they really have to do that? How much force do they need to mobilize here to ensure this situation? I think that person has a noble status. Even Sana has to go there to welcome. Oh, holy **T, that poker-faced person can smile. Oh well, who is that, eh? Oh, it's a woman. They discussed quietly. None of them found Yen standing next to them with a strange face. The light glowed in his eyes like two sparkling flames. Chapter 1068, The Two Women. Chapter 1068, The Two Women. Inside Shadow, ghostly prison, there was a level, 6 blue life star, which was called Fighting Star. It was the headquarters star of the Fighting League. In the center of the majestic god of War Temple, Feng Han stood with his cold and stern face, frowning at around 10 warriors under his commands. In this group, the lowest realm warrior was a second sky of ethereal god realm. There were 2 first sky of incipient god realm experts. They were all pillars of Fighting League. Before Feng Han had entered Shadow Ghostly Prison, those warriors used to be overlords of different areas in Shadow Ghostly Prison. When Feng Han started to expose his invincible competence, they came to be his allies who became dependent. Eventually, they had formed the Fighting League, the strongest force in Shadow Ghostly Prison. More than 10 experts on the senior management board of the Fighting League went sadly. Their eyes glowed coldly with indignation. We and the Divine Light are like water in a river and water in a well. Divine Light has never operated in Shadow Ghostly Prison before. They hurry to come here and claim the territories of the Dark Shadow clan. They're wanton. They don't put us in their eyes, shouted Chi-Zhe, a warrior who had a cross scar on his head. Chi-Zhe had first sky of incipient god realm. He commanded the flaming all-war department of Fighting League. His main power was fire power Upanishad, so his characteristics were also hot and stubborn like fire. Before he joined Feng Han's, Chi-Zhe was an infamous expert in Shadow Ghostly Prison. His troops were all the brutal and malicious ones, who had swaggered to perform evil affairs everywhere. That year, Feng Han had to use countless manpower and efforts to stop Qizhe. He had used the bloody tricks to subdue Qizhe. Later on, Qizhe and his troops had become a war department of the Fighting League. To Feng Han, he was always loyal and dedicated. However, except for Feng Han, he didn't listen to anybody else of the Fighting League. The divine light has spread its long tentacles everywhere. "We should cut them off," said Miao Rong, an expert who looked tender and feminine at first sky of incipient god realm. She wore a long blue dress. Qizhe and Miao Rong were incipient god realm experts of the Fighting League. They used to be infamous before. After they had joined the Fighting League, they were still sharp. If they didn't capture Xia Xanyan, I would have sent you guys over there already. Feng Han said with a cold face. She snorted. "Do you have any solution to rescue Xia Xanyan?" Qizhe and Miao Rong looked at each other and then shook their heads. Sana was famous for his might and heartless deeds. Unless Qizhe and Miao Rong were there, they had no solution. The Divine Light would set up their spies along the way from Fighting Star to the Life Star with that load of divine crystals. When they were spotted, Xia Xanyan and her Windstorm War Department would fall into a deadly situation. Qizhe and Miao Rong knew how much Feng Han had indulged Xia Xanyan, so they would never offer him any impossible plan. "Miao Rong, you go there with my letter." Feng Han drilled them with his eyes before handing Miao Rong a piece of paper all of a sudden. Miao Rong didn't know his intentions, but he still received the note. At first glance, he couldn't help but shout, "He Gemin! You want to demobilize our men there?" After the news of Dark Shadow Clan's defeat had arrived, Feng Han, Qizhe, and Miao Rong had taken action immediately. They had sent their battleships to many mineral lodes controlled by Dark Shadow Clan. They had claimed them one step ahead of the others, unfolding the flag of Fighting League. Although the Divine Light also took the chance to claim some mineral stars, the number of the mines couldn't be compared to what Divine Light had claimed. Although the Divine Light has asked for half of the territories, they have asked for the areas with the richest products. Qizhe thundered. "I know." Feng Han wore a cold and harsh face. "Of course, later on, we will have a lot of battles with the Divine Light. Now, just take a step back. When we're sure Xia Xanyan is okay, we will take them back, one by one." Miao Rong sighed inwardly. He nodded begrudgingly and said nothing. He knew Feng Han had made up his mind. He also knew how important Xia Xanyan was in Feng Han's heart. Of course, he wasn't stupid to oppose his idea. With Feng Han's letter, Miao Rong gathered his Water Moon War Department and departed from the headquarters of the Fighting League. He headed to the Life Star where Shi Yan and Xia Xanyan were confined. The Life Star that had the divine crystal load. A purple crystal battleship descended from the sky. The dazzling purple crystal light reflected on the face of the warriors who were lining up to welcome the ship. Sana and the warriors of the Divine Light in this place all gathered to welcome someone. Sana still wore a cold and stiff face. However, he had pulled a smile which showed his happy mood. A beautiful woman wearing a long, light, purple dress moved mesmerizingly. She slowly and gently emerged, giving people a feeling of seeing the moon surrounded by stars. Her face looked like a blooming cherry blossom, which looked refreshed and graceful, accompanied by her voluptuous body. While she was walking, the hem of her dress fluttered and revealed a part of her snow-white legs. Many warriors of the Divine Light watched her with hot looks. It was the enthusiasm of men to their goddess. The woman walked with a graceful gait as she smiled and spoke to Sana. Her makings were natural but gorgeous, which made it hard for people to move their eyes from her. Warriors of the Windstorm War Department stood on their flying bird battleships, frowning while looking at that magnificent woman. Someone couldn't help but sigh. This woman is a bane because of her glamour. Yeah, she's truly the nemesis of men. She's not less beautiful than our madam. I wonder who she is. If Sana has to come to greet her, obviously her position in the divine light isn't low. I think she belongs to the top echelon of divine light. No doubt about it. Warriors of Fighting League clamored. They discreetly compared that woman and Xia Exanyan. Then they found that one of them was so mesmerizingly sexy, while the other was like a fairy. They all had special prominent makings, and the warriors couldn't tell who was better. No one recognized that when the woman in purple appeared, Shiryen had quietly disappeared into the crowd. He tried to hide behind some people as if he was avoiding something. Xia Exanyan didn't notice his small commotion as her attention was captured by that woman in purple. She said, "This woman is so beautiful. If I was a man, I would offer my heart to her. The so-called sexy rare beauty looks like this, right?" Although she didn't speak loudly, people knew who she was talking to. Shiryen gave a dry laugh, but he didn't answer. His line of sight pierced through the crowd, falling on the indescribably beautiful figure. He was astounded indeed. She has reached third sky of original God Realm, and she wasn't far from ethereal God Realm. After 30 years, she had progressed fast. It seemed like the divine light's master favored her a lot. "Little Mei Mei, why are you here?" Sana spoke with a tender countenance. "I asked you whether you wanted to join this trip to Shadow, Ghostly Prison, or not, and you told me it was boring, didn't you? Why did you come here all of a sudden?" Zi Yao smiled charmingly. "I suddenly felt so bored, cultivating all the time. I came here to amuse myself. I heard that this area has been interesting lately. Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and even Potion and Tool Pavilion are here. I'm here to join the fun." Her beautiful eyes raked through the crowd over Sana to see the flying bird battleships of the Fighting League as if she was searching for someone. Sana was sensitive enough to see her commotion. He frowned and looked at around 10 battleships of the Fighting League. He asked with surprise, "Little Mei Mei, you know someone on those battleships? I can see that you are often watching them, even after you arrived here." "Oh. I heard that Xia Exanyan, the commander of the Windstorm War Department of the Fighting League, is the most elegant and beautiful warrior of Shadow, Ghostly Prison. And she's so smart. Oh, I'm curious about such a perfect woman. I want to see her widen my mind, though," Xiao smiled gently. Sana shivered. He suddenly understood and spoke. "Talking about beauty, you're more worth mentioning." His eyes showed a gleam of hot admiration. Beautiful women liked to compare with each other. Sana understood it. Thus, he assumed that Zi Yao was actually curious about Xia Exanyan, so he didn't ask her more about it. "Senior, you're overpraising me." Zi Yao got up and contemplated for a while. "I'm going to meet her." "I'm going with you." Sana also got up, his face stern. "Mei Mei, although your realm is increasing fast, you're just at third sky of original God Realm. Warriors of the Windstorm War Department aren't nice. If they have bad thoughts and decide to keep you as a hostage, we will be pushed into a passive situation." As Xiao knew she couldn't change his mind, she just smiled and thanked him. Sana immediately chose some warriors at Ethereal God Realm to escort Xiao to Fighting League's battleships. "Ah, they're heading towards us. What do they want? Seems like that woman asked them to come here. Strange, eh? Why is she interested in us? Who knows? Perhaps she's bored, so she wants to find something fun." The warriors of the Fighting League saw Xiao, surrounded by the experts of divine light, slowly approaching. They all screamed in astonishment. Xia Exanyan was also surprised. Her bold brows furrowed as she didn't know her intention. She understood that Sana had used the Sound Stone to talk to the senior management level of the Divine Light. At this moment, they were likely negotiating with the Fighting League. Keeping them hostage was just an advantage. Unless they had the final answer, they wouldn't have contacted them this quickly. She was surprised, so she wanted to ask Shiryen for his opinion. She turned and became bewildered. In this critical moment, Shiryen wasn't here. She didn't know where he had gone. Xia Xian Yen slammed her brows together. Accompanied by Sana's team, beautiful Zi Yao slowly descended on the flying bird battleship. She directly walked to Xia Xian Yen. Her clear, bright eyes focused on Xia Xian Yen right from the beginning. Xia Xian Yen was baffled. Xia Mei Mei, you're so gorgeous. As I've seen you today, I know your reputation isn't just something in vain. Zi Yao's face was filled with bright smiles. Xia Xian Yen frowned and said nothing. Zi Yao was still smiling. Her line of sight stayed on Xia Xian Yen for a while before scanning through many warriors of the Fighting League standing around. After a while, she stooped and burst out laughing as her eyes fell on the passage leading to the cabin of this battleship. She even cursed something under her breath. Who do you want to see? Xia Xian Yen stared at her for a while before she suddenly understood something. She shouted immediately, Nobody. I just want to talk to you for a while in private. Zi Yao said softly, her smile bright and warm. Her pretty eyes looked straight at Xia Xian Yen. All right. Xia Xian Yen was frank and friendly. Shall we go to the control center? No problem. Zi Yao smiled and spoke to Sana. It's okay. The control center of the battleship is right in front of you. Nothing unexpected will happen. Don't worry. Sana frowned, giving her a curt nod. Immediately, the two peerlessly graceful and talented women with different elegant makings walked shoulder by shoulder and headed to the control center of the battleship. The stone door closed behind them, deafening all sounds. No one knew what they were going to discuss. Chapter 1069, Poison-Dipped Cold Bead. Chapter 1069, Poison-Dipped Cold Bead. The control center of the battleship. The arched ceiling of this cabin had been inlaid with a lot of 7-colored gemstones. Each gemstone represented a life star in shadow, ghostly prison. The distances between the gems represented each star's related location in the galaxy. This was an exquisite and precise star map that the Fighting League had spent a lot of money to buy from Potion and Tool Pavilion. The magnificent star map hung above the two gorgeous women in this room. The two of them sat down opposite each other. Their eyes sparkled with strange lights. Before the divine light has arrived in Shadow, Ghostly Prison, we've received the news from Second Elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion that confirmed that the Dark Shadow clan had left. Zi Yao smiled warmly and spoke casually. Well, it's like when the tree is down. Everyone jumps on it with their axes. Anyway, we use power to talk in Shadow, Ghostly Prison. Xia Xiaomei, I think you understand the Divine Light's operation here. We take the chance and jump in. Well, it's similar to your Fighting League's operations, though. Xia Xian Yen frowned. She didn't oppose because she knew that Zi Yao was right. In their peak of glory, the Fighting League had fought here, and they're in Shadow, Ghostly Prison. They used force to threaten the weak. They had many tricks that couldn't be said frank and upright. Well, they were despicable indeed. She didn't have the right to mock Divine Light's operation here. My senior Sana's in charge of this operation. I'm just a visitor. Zi Yao laughed and then spoke to Xia Xian Yen gently. But I can help you get out of here. Xia Xian Yen was surprised. She looked bewildered for a while, her mouth pulling into a strange smile. You're a member of the Divine Light, but you're kind enough to help me? Tell me, what do you want? You should know I'm not easy to fool. Don't hide your real intentions. Ha ha! Zi Yao giggled and spoke with a lazy complexion. Divine Light wants to exchange you for half of the Dark Shadow clan's territories. Those territories are the richest lands of the Dark Shadow clan. Oh, right. Before I came here, I got news that Hegemin Fenghan has agreed with this. He has sent Miao Rong and his Water Moon War Department. Oh, your Hegemin is generous indeed. You have a good master. Xia Xian Yan's countenance was natural. You don't think it's weird? Zi Yao was surprised. No. Xia Xian Yan smiled gently and spoke naturally. When will Miao Rong arrive? I estimate that it will take 1 month. He brings the handwritten letter from Feng Han. It's the comprehensive treaty. That letter will give us a lot of land without the need to fight for them. Those lands should belong to the Fighting League, though. Zi Yao focused on her and spoke tenderly. If you agree with me one thing, I can let you leave discreetly. I'm sure when Sana recognizes it, you guys are all safe. What do you think? You tell me. Xia Xian Yen frowned and suddenly became serious. It's a one-clause agreement that could help save many lands. Xia Xian Yen thought it would be too big for her to be able to make the deal. It's simple. Zi Yao smiled happily, her bright eyes squinting. You just need to leave him. Who? Xia Xian Yen was baffled. You know who? Zi Yao replied gently. Her eyes sparkled strangely. She took a deep breath as she was actually anxious. Xia Xian Yan's face stiffened. She kept silent as she was pondering. After a while, her eyes became colder. She screamed, I reject it. She got the answer. When Zi Yao arrived, her beautiful eyes had suddenly scanned through the crowd, searching for someone. After she got on the deck of this battleship, she had checked every random area. Apparently, she was looking for someone. At the critical moment, Shi Yen disappeared. Linking these two events, she understood it. The smile on Zi Yao's face narrowed. She said earnestly, It can save your Fighting League a big fortune this time. Is he worth you holding on? Well, needless to say, half of the territories of the Dark Shadow clan. Even if you guys ask the hegemon for all, he will agree. However, even if you do that, I won't leave him because of this or because of your words. Xia Xian Yen looked totally relaxed. She smiled lovingly. Well, if you use this method to force me, I think he hasn't established any relationship with you, right? Aha! It makes me curious then. You're so beautiful, and he's a lustful bastard. Well, he hasn't done anything to you, right? Could you tell me what has happened? It's not what he would do. Since Zi Yao had come here, she had always taken the upper hand. However, what Xia Xian Yen told her had put her into a lower position. She gritted her teeth as she mumbled. It's because he has known you earlier, or else he would have kneeled under my dress. So, it has not happened yet, right? Xia Xian Yen smiled meaningfully. Her beautiful eyes twinkled. She stood up with the bright countenance of a winner. Zi Yao felt like she had failed. She pondered for a while and then stood up. She spoke casually, never mind. If we can't talk to each other into this, I will take him with my abilities. It's my warning to you, just in case you say that I'm forcing you. No, no, no. Xia Xian Yen smiled until her eyes squinted. Come and steal him. I like competing with people a lot, especially when my rival is at your level. Oh, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Okay, I will shut my mouth. I will say nothing about what happened today between us. Just consider this as a little chit-chat. What do you think? You read my mind. Zi Yao looked at her and sighed. She knew that this rival was extremely tough. Compared to the characters she had met, she was much tougher. Thinking about competing for a man against this sort of opponent, she had a headache. However, thinking about that man, she couldn't help it. That bastard. Why do you have to hide? Am I that frightening? Or are you afraid of seeing the fight between your lover and me? Asshole. She was cursing him under her breath. When Zi Yao's and Xia Xian Yan's eyes locked, the two pairs of beautiful eyes seemed to send sparks into the air. They immediately left the control center, their faces even brighter and happier. They looked like two sisters who had just had a good talk. They made the warriors of Fighting League and Divine Light wear awkward complexions. Mei, Sana frowned. He looked as if he wanted to say something. He was worried that Zi Yao and Xia Xian Yan's talk would stand in the way of Divine Light's big plan. He didn't know what to do now. Miss Xia and I couldn't talk it through. Zi Yao opened her hand and she said with a smile, So, you should do what you need to do. I won't interfere. Sana and the divine light warriors exhaled in relief. Miss Xia, Miao will arrive in 1 month. After we get the letter from him, we will let you go, said Sana coldly. He immediately escorted Zi Yao together with the other experts and left. Xia Xianyan didn't look dispirited. Quite the contrary. She looked as if she had won a big game. She was even a little content. Her subordinates also didn't understand. They sighed that the world of women was truly something men couldn't reason. They could never know what the two beautiful women had just discussed. In the secret chamber of the battleship, Shi Yan was sitting cross-legged on a jade platform. However, it was just his empty body. His soul seemed to leave his body to a fairyland. At this moment, he didn't have a bit of life energy surging. When Xiao came, he had tried his best to avoid because he didn't want to meet Xiao at this moment. He didn't want to see Xiao and Xia Xianyan have any dispute. Anyway, he didn't know that this dispute still happened. Shi Yan knew Feng Han of Fighting League would agree with Divine Light's conditions because Feng Han had taken care of Xia Xianyan and protected her as his blood sister. He also knew that if Xiao knew how Shi Yan cared about Xia Xianyan, she would hurt her. At most, they would complicate the conditions in the treaty between Fighting League and Divine Light. No matter what, Xia Xianyan's life wouldn't be threatened. With this premise, Shi Yan didn't mind the competition between the Divine Light and Fighting League regarding the Dark Shadow Clan's territories that much. He was carefree enough to let his soul enter the fountainhead of Power Upanishad. There, he received signals of Fire's Power Upanishad, and his two souls found the life energy, fluctuations of Xianfei. His souls moved forward and sent her his soul message from a distance. I'm here to explain to you. Despicable. Seeing him, Xianfei was enraged. She spoke resentfully. To solve your problem, my master and I had to cross the border to get into Agate Star area. My master had to stop her cultivation too. She had to consume a lot of energy to refine the departed spirit jellyfish. Well, you're good. You didn't do anything, and you took in the essence soul of the departed spirit jellyfish. It was the poison-dipped cold bead. You didn't even signal us. You'd planned it earlier, hadn't you? Shi Yan beamed a forced smile. It was unexpected. It's called poison-dipped cold bead? After he had absorbed the soul gossamers of the departed spirit jellyfish, he did have an inky bead in his soul. That bead was cold, and it contained magical soul energy, fluctuations. However, he didn't know why it was magical. Listening to Xianfei, Shi Yan knew that the bead was called poison-dipped cold bead. Unexpected. Xianfei's small face was filled with disdain. If it was unexpected, you should return the bead to my master, so we can trust you again. It was beyond Xianfei's estimation that Shi Yan chuckled and nodded. I'm here to tell you and your teacher that if you have free time, come and take that poison-dipped bead. I can't bring it to the fountainhead of Power Upanishad, and I don't have free time to come to your place. So, I would ask for your labor to come here once again. Xianfei was surprised. Are you serious? Shi Yan smiled and confirmed it. My master said that the poison-dipped cold bead is the condensed soul of the departed spirit jellyfish. It can gather extremely toxic poisons in the world and release toxic smokes. Besides, it was the source of energy, so as the jellyfish could live in the cold Yin Sea. It's much more useful to the warriors who have fused with heaven flames like us. If we have the poison-dipped cold bead in our soul while cultivating, we won't be backfired or fall into bedevilment. The heaven flames wouldn't be able to burn our body and soul. You also know that warriors with heaven flames like us will be burned into ashes when we fall into bedevilment. The usage of the poison-dipped cold bead can prevent it. It's really precious. Do you really want to return it to us? Xianfei was suspicious. Yeah, I came here this time to ask you to tell your master. When she has free time, please come to take the poison-dipped cold bead. It belongs to her. Okay, I will tell her. Okay, I have to go now. Goodbye. Sher Yen smiled and left the area of Fire's Power Upanishads. His souls flashed and then faded away as his figure disappeared. Chapter 1070. Dispel the Former Hatred. Chapter 1070. Dispel the Former Hatred, _. Opening his eyes, a lucid and graceful face shielded his view. Sher Yen shivered and tried to squeeze a smile. Hey, why are you down here? Xia Xan Yen seemed to be in a good mood. Her water-blue long dress had many layers like a blooming flower decorated with many crystals, which outlined her mesmerizing body. She hung a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. The woman from the purple crystal battleship came to talk to me. Sher Yan's pupil shrank. He pretended to be calm and asked curiously, What were you guys talking about? Nothing. It was women's stuff. That woman is really beautiful. I even felt my heart beating faster. I'm afraid that no man could resist her. Don't you think so? She sighed weakly. Sher Yan's face was placid, but he didn't give any comment. Obviously, Xan Yen didn't want to let him go that easily. She parted her lips and teased him. What do you think? Really beautiful. Were you moved? No. Why not? Because I have you. Don't you want to enjoy a life of having a lot of beauties surrounding you? Cough. Cough. Never. Really? Never? Yes, I never want that kind of life. Xan Yen looked at him and started to guffaw, clutching her tummy. She laughed so hard that her body shook. Her face filled with a strange glory of the winner. Smooch! She suddenly walked forward. Without waiting for Sher Yen to react, she clutched his neck and gave him a smooch on his cheek, which was like a dragon gliding above the stream. She smiled and then swayed away as fast as lightning. You look cute today. I suddenly feel all of my sorrows wash away. Then, she didn't wait for Sher Yen to speak. She just moved swiftly and gently like a butterfly, leaving the secret chamber. Rubbing his cheek with the sweet aroma, Sher Yen frowned as he didn't understand anything. He didn't know why she suddenly became that crazy. The Divine Light Warriors still had the vigilance they should have for Fighting League. Their battleships were still hovering, blocking their ways. They didn't have a relaxing moment. And that was all. They didn't disturb the Fighting League or send any warriors to show their power. They stayed there like water from a well or a river. Both sides were waiting for Miao Rong. An elegant purple figure often stood on the high tower of the battleship to look at the flying bird battleships from a distance. Sometimes, when the two pairs of beautiful eyes met each other, they seemed to ignite flames. Both warriors of Divine Light and Fighting League were surprised as they found it inexplicable. Xia Xan Yen was always relaxed. She wasn't dispirited and reluctant like someone being held hostage. She looked casual as she often discussed cultivating methods with her subordinates. They often heard her silver, bell-like laughter. Sher Yen sat quietly in the secret chamber of the battleship. He hadn't left once ever since. He seemed to be cultivating there. Sana came to Zi Yao's battleship every day to talk about the tasks in their organization. Sana always wore a cold and harsh face to other people. However, when he spoke to Zi Yao, he looked much softer. Zi Yao's charming face always held a mesmerizing smile. When she spoke to Sana, it was the same. They talked about many things that happened in Shadow, Ghostly Prison, and the secrets of the Dark Shadow clan's banishment. The information we got is from Second Elder Gu, he of the Potion and Tool Pavilion. Sana didn't want to lie to her. According to Gu He, the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Potion, and Tool Pavilion and the Fighting League had joined hands to fight Dark Shadow Clan and expelled them. Gu, he didn't tell the details of that battle. However, he said that if the Dark Shadow Clan wasn't expelled and the space passage wasn't blocked, the God Clan, the Overlord of the Universe, could invade our Agate Star area. I heard that the young elder Fu Wei of Potion and Tool Pavilion has a close relationship with a young man? Asked Yao naturally. Right, that young man is called Yen. I heard that the warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion who know him highly respect him. Elder Gu, he said that the said young man has a close relationship with Monster Clan and Demon Clan. He did something great, but we don't know what he'd done there, said Sana. Yao's beautiful eyes rippled with the strange light. She smiled and nodded to him. Where did he go? I don't know, but I think he went with Blood Devil to Devil Blood Star. Sana wasn't so sure. Yao didn't ask further. Mei, you seem interested in that young man. Why? Sana was sensitive. Do you know him? Fountainhead of Power, Upanishad. Yan's souls emerged like the ignis fatuus. Shortly after, they turned into his real form. He sauntered into the region of Fire's Power Upanishads. In that area, two graceful figures that looked like two illusions were floating. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. They were beautiful women, Yu Shan and the young girl Xianfei. You dare to come here? Yu Shan said with a cold face. You should know that if I wanted to kill you here, it's a piece of cake. Xianfei bit her lower lip, grunting. Asshole. He's cunning. He didn't tell a single true thing. What? Yen was surprised. After your soul has refined the poison-dipped cold bead, it has your soul imprint. It's like a weapon that acknowledges its master. You can't give it away. If my teacher didn't tell me, I would have thought it was for my teacher to use. Apparently, you've tamed the bead. How could you give it to us? Harumph, you're full of lies. Xianfei was indignant. Yu Shan didn't have a pleasant countenance, either. Yen was stunned. He looked at the beautiful woman and the young lady who were enraged and suddenly had a headache. I actually didn't know a thing about that poison-dipped cold bead. I've never thought about deceiving you guys. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met you. Yu Shan's looked drilled into Yen. Pondering for a while, her face relaxed. You don't look like you're trying to deceive us. If not, you wouldn't dare to come here. It wouldn't be different from killing yourself. I'm wronged. The gossamers of the departed spirit, jellyfish, entered my soul unknowingly. I didn't want to take it, really, explained Yen. Tell us the situation. Why you were able to gather those soul gossamers that easily. Even I couldn't do that, frowned Yushan. After she had returned to Fiery Rainstar area, she calmed down and thought about it. With what Yen had shown at that moment, she thought that this event had something strange. Although she knew about the departed spirit jellyfish, she knew it was really hard to gather its soul gossamers. Ordinary warriors couldn't bear it. It wasn't that easy to absorb, either. Even if she could take it herself, it would have taken a lot of time to wear out the cold aura before she could take in. Yen had captured that soul too fast. It wasn't normal. She hadn't reacted. Yet he had finished it. Thinking about it, she felt so strange. She thought perhaps they had misunderstood something. When Xianfei reported to her that Yen had gone to the Fountainhead of Power Upanishad and expressed that he wanted to hand them the poison-dipped cold bead, she thought that some misunderstanding was about 80% likely. Today, as Yen came here once again, she knew something strange had happened at that moment. Oh, okay, let's say it like this, he hesitated. My soul has something magical I don't want to explain clearly. At that moment, I didn't try to do anything, and the mysterious feature of my soul had proactively gathered the soul gossamers. I couldn't do anything to stop it. That's how it happened. The more vague and unclear he made it, the more Yen winced and the more Yushan believed him. Yushan, though, that if Yen wanted to fabricate an excuse, he would have found something more convincing. The way he knitted his brows and stammered spoke to the fact that he didn't make up anything. The poison-dipped cold bead has your soul imprint. Unless you die, it's difficult to extract it. Yushan snorted. I've crossed thousands of miles to help you, and now I can't get the bead. Tell me how you're going to compensate me? You know, if I haven't come there, your friends would have all died. I don't know what you need. Yen was baffled. There's a woman called Leona in your team. She follows you. I want her to go to Fiery Rainstar area to help us train our troops so that they could face the God Clan directly. If you agree, our knot will be erased. What do you think? Yen forced a smile. Leona had become so hot these days. It was beyond his estimation. Today, not only the Demon Clan and Monster Clan considered her the top treasure, even the alien force from another star area also wanted her talents. Is it not okay? Yu Shan's face got colder. Okay, but you have to wait for a while. At the moment, she's training the Monster and Demon Corps. Wait after she. We don't have much time. Yu Shan intervened curtly. Okay, we will arrange a troop to enter Agate Star area. You will let Leona train them carefully. You don't need to worry about all the cultivating materials, divine crystals, and other supplies. Just make sure Leona can turn them into powerful and elite core, shouted Yu Shan. Yen was astounded. He looked at Yu Shan for a long moment and then asked, So you're having a significant pressure from the God Clan as you're so hurried. Is it true? Yu Shan sighed and nodded begrudgingly. We can't resist for a long time. All right, I'll help you out. Send your troop here. I will arrange for them. Sure, Yen agreed all of a sudden. The Life Star where the Divine Light and Fighting League were gathering. The peak of the mountain where a massive divine crystal lode hid had an entrance that led deep into the mountain. Today, all of a sudden, people heard someone crying and screeching painfully. Immediately, dozens of warriors in Divine Light uniform ran out of their helter-skelter. Their entire bodies had purple bruises and their breathing so weak. Shortly after, those warriors screamed and cried pathetically as they were scratching their skin and flesh, bleeding badly. Soon their lives were taken away. Warriors of the Divine Light and Fighting League discolored in fright. They didn't know what was going on. Quickly, more and more warriors of the Divine Light ran out of that entrance together with the Mind Slaves. They were crying and shrilling heartbreakingly. They all fell because of poison. Many extinct volcanoes in this life star started to fume the thick smokes. Slowly, they covered the entire sky. Sure, Yen was hiding in the secret chamber. Hearing the noise, he walked out, his hand holding the inky cold bead. Looking at the dark red, blue, purple, and green smokes in the sky, he said, The Dark Shadow Clan is too cruel. They had sealed the toxic smokes of the departed spirit jellyfish in this divine crystal lode. Those restrictions triggered, and they start to release the toxic smoke and mist. Although the Dark Shadow Clan had gone, they left a trap for the people who came after them. I guess it was aimed at the Fighting League. Xia Xian Yen had a stern face as she frowned. The extreme toxins the Dark Shadow Clan had left to ambush the Fighting League were triggered by the Divine Light warriors. At this moment, warriors of Divine Light who had entered that lode continued to die. The entire sky was filled with toxic smoke. All of a sudden, everybody was trapped. This was the last deadly attack of the Dark Shadow Clan to exterminate its enemies. Chapter 1071, Spreading. Chapter 1071, Spreading, _. Hovering above the mountain range of the divine crystal lode were dozens of battleships, with even more war chariots moving around. The warriors of the Divine Light were waiting, watching over the entrance of the lode. More and more mining slaves and Divine Light warriors rushed out of the place. Their faces were blue or purple. After they got out for not too far a distance, they coughed, vomited blood, and then died. None of them could resist for a long time. What's going on? Sanaa's stiff face was now anxious and restless while his angry voice echoed. No one answered him. The warriors and mining slaves of Divine Light getting out of the load, didn't have the time to talk. They were busy covering their mouths and necks, struggling in pain and shrieking shrilly. Shortly after, no one was left alive. The extinct volcanoes everywhere around this life star were fuming out the toxic green and blue smoke. The smoke was so dense it could cover the whole sky. Soon, the entire life star was shaded by a thick layer of toxic smoke. Everybody discolored in fright and felt heavy-hearted under such a deadly pressure. An old man of the divine light flew out of the load entrance, his face ashen. He was wearing a moon-white long robe, his aura immense. He was the only one that wasn't affected by the toxins. "Old Jew!" Sana screamed. Jew Bo was the incipient God realm expert who was hidden under the divine crystal load. The divine light had sent him here to deal with Feng Yen. However, since Feng Yen didn't come, he kept staying hidden in the mineral load. When Shi Yen had used his soul consciousness to find the space node, Ju Bo had used his soul to disturb him. At this moment, Ju Bo looked grim. He took a deep breath and then said, "While our men were exploiting divine crystals, they accidentally activated a restriction. Toxic smoke rose out at the same time. That restriction has chained many extinct volcanoes. It happened in a blink, and we couldn't do anything to stop it. Even you don't have any solution to stop it." Sana was frightened. When I realized something had gone wrong, the smokes had spread out already. Ju Bo's face was dark. "Those poisons are hazardous. They can enter the soul, alter directly. I can only resist, but not be able to help the others." A graceful, purple figure emerged from her purple battleship. She pitched her voice, "Grandpa Ju, what happened?" "We must leave this place as soon as possible." Ju Bo was restlessly tense. "Little Yao, order our forces to leave. Now, what about the divine crystal load?" Zi Yao was surprised. "We don't have the time to mind it," said Ju Bo worriedly. Sana lifted his head, looking at the colored, toxic clouds in the sky, his face grimacing. "Old Jew, I'm afraid that we can't leave easily. If you can't wash the smoke away, I think we don't have any solution then." Hearing him, many warriors of the divine light were petrified, their eyes restless. Ju Bo looked at the thick toxic clouds in the sky, knitting his brows tightly. "I'm going to try if I can clean a passage for you guys to glide through." Then Ju Bo soared up into the sky, hovering by a dark blue cluster of clouds as he started to urge his power Upanishad. Shortly after, thunder reverberated. Lightning strikes flashed like a saber, weaving in the sky like giant snakes. They struck at the toxic clouds in the sky. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The massive and wild lightning snakes struck through the dark blue clouds. However, after the lightning snakes got through the layer of clouds, the dark blue smoke immediately swarmed over to fill the hole. Ju Bo looked cold as he continued to urge his power, controlling the lightning snakes and attacking the clouds. Unfortunately, after the lightning snakes crossed the clouds, the dark blue smoke immediately occupied the hole they had just created. Ju Bo felt like he had just fallen into an ice chamber. He knew that the situation was really messed up, so he tried to use other tricks. However, after several failures using his power Upanishad, he couldn't wash away the toxic smoke. At the same time, the poisonous clouds were pressing down from the sky, seeping towards the surface of the planet. At this moment, toxic smoke was hovering in the tunnels between the mines underground as well as inside the mountains. It was also slowly crawling up into the sky while the poisonous clouds were pressing down. Shortly after, the toxic vapors in the air and from underground would meet up and merge with each other. Then, no one on this life star would be able to escape the erosion of the toxic smoke. Without the power to resist, they would die gradually. Divine light warriors became fluttered as they looked at the sky with fear, trying to find a way to escape. On the other side, warriors on the flying bird battleships of Fighting League were also frightened. They knew how terrible the toxic smoke and clouds could be. They had experienced them once and understood how fatal they were, much more than the divine light warriors. While being confined in the icy cold sea, the 4 incipient God Realm experts had joined hands to create the energy curtain to protect them from the toxins. Bath, Gu-Te, Feng Yen, and Blood Devil had to use a lot of energy to resist for 2 months, especially Feng Yen. She couldn't hold it up for a long time and had almost exhausted her energy. Looking at the similar smoke and mist, they immediately knew where they came from. They came from the meat lumps of the departed spirit jellyfish. The Fighting League warriors knew the situation. They knew it was the last attack of the Divine Light aimed at the Fighting League. As Divine Light came up with a conspiracy, they had claimed this planet first. They thought they could take the Divine Crystal Lode, but too bad the Dark Shadow Clan had used the restriction to trap them. In just a short time, they had borne huge losses. The Fighting League warriors looked at hundreds of warriors and mining slaves of the Divine Light die, but they couldn't feel happy. They understood that if the warriors of Divine Light hadn't come here first, today the ones who died there would have been them, even though they were not so sure they could survive at this moment or not. They all looked at Xia Xian Yen. Xia Xian Yen had a calm face. She wasn't hurried, as if she didn't have any pressures. She looked at Shi Yen, her eyes asking. She stooped, shooting a discreet look on the inky bead in his hand. That bead was black with thick yin qi in it. However, the yin qi swirling inside the bead didn't come out to the environment. Only Shi Yen, who was holding it, could feel how icy it was. He could feel the bead release some magical energy fluctuation, which seemed to match with the toxic smoke covering this life star. Can you resolve this? Xia Xian Yen whispered. Shi Yen thought for a while and then released his soul consciousness to contact the poison-dipped cold bead. Then he nodded smilingly. Not a big problem. Xia Xian Yen calmed down, beaming a natural smile. Well, the others don't seem to have a solution. As she threw a look to the Divine Light side, Shi Yen found an elegant purple figure who seemed to have lost her calm, seeming fluttered. Sana was even more worried. He was screaming, trying to find the warriors with fire power Upanishad to burn the toxic smoke in the sky. Shaking his head, Shi Yen sighed. He knew the warriors with fire power Upanishad of the Divine Light couldn't solve the poison of the departed spirit jellyfish. Although the smoke didn't come from the jellyfish directly at this moment, as the Dark Shadow Clan had captured the toxins from it and trapped them here, they were still very deadly. Only the warriors who had fused with the heaven flame could burn them down. The Divine Light had many warriors cultivating fire power Upanishad at the ethereal God realm. However, they didn't have heaven flames from the origin. In other words, it was impossible for the Divine Light to deal with the toxic smoke. Anyway, people who should die had already died. The ones who were still alive were now trapped in the clearance between the toxic clouds in the sky and underground. They could be temporarily safe for a short time. Staring at the other side for a while, Shi Yen frowned while talking to Xia Xian Yen. Okay, we will get out of here first. After we're all safe, I'll help the Divine Light warriors escape. At this moment, you guys and the Divine Light don't have any deep grudges we can't solve. We shouldn't be too heartless. Xia Xian Yen was bewildered, then smiled, then said, Okay. She knew that it wasn't Shi Yen feeling for the Divine Light. He just didn't want to see Zi Yao getting killed by the poison. That's why he said so. Of course, she wouldn't point out. She knew Shi Yen was chivalrous. I will bring you out of here first. While pondering, Shi Yen lifted his head and said, We have to stop before touching the toxic smoke. I will clean a passage for you guys. Xia Xian Yen nodded, spreading her order. She asked her windstorm warriors not to touch the toxic smoke. Everybody listened to her, their faces excited. Through the difficulties they had experienced in the space passage, they had laid their trust in Shi Yen. as he had resolved the threat of the lethal departed spirit jellyfish. They understood that it wasn't going to be a big trouble for Shiryen this time. Seeing the warriors of the divine light wincing hopelessly, they felt happy. Since the divine light warriors had broken the restriction the Dark Shadow clan had left and borne the disaster for them, they felt pleasure on their misfortune. Oh, they want to leave. Sana frowned, his voice cold and harsh. Ju Bo, Ziyao, and many warriors of the divine light were astounded. They immediately looked at the flying bird battleships. "Courting death," said an ethereal god realm warrior of divine light who cultivated fire power Upanishad. "If we could get rid of it that easily, we would have left already. Why would we linger until now? I'm afraid they don't know the deadly features of the toxic clouds. If they fly up there, they are going to kill themselves." Ju Bo and Sanan nodded as they agreed with that man. They also thought that Xia Xian Yan's force was going to commit suicide. However, Zi Yao had a bizarre look on her face. She lifted her head, revealing her blushing neck. Looking at that majestic figure in the sky, she screamed in her mind. That B** star finally came out. Her soft body shivered as she realized something. She hesitated for a while, then flew off her battleships, while shouting, "Watch out! It's not easy to burn those toxic clouds. Don't act rashly. Stop!" She was worried about Shiryen. She didn't mind anything else, just screaming to remind him. Many warriors of the divine light looked at her with an odd face. Warriors of the Windstorm War Department of Fighting League were also skeptical, as they couldn't understand her actions. Only Shiryen felt warm as he knew Zi Yao hadn't changed. She was still the woman he had known. Chapter 1072 Dissolve. Chapter 1072 Dissolve _. The toxic clouds shaded the entire sky, making the planet dark and cold. Toxic smoke hovered thickly in every corner of this place. Many warriors of divine light had a grimace on their faces. They lifted their heads to look at the sky, thinking hard to find a solution to escape. Ju Bo had tried all methods, but he couldn't bring the divine light warriors out of this danger. He looked more and more worried with time. At this moment, the battleships of the Fighting League, which were the divine light's hostages, floated up quietly. They shot into the sky, which made divine light warriors furrow their brows and their faces grim. They didn't want to stop Fighting League, as they thought the others were courting death. At this moment, the toxic clouds were hovering like the poisonous army in the sky. So, divine light warriors didn't have the mood to remind the Fighting Leagues. At the critical moment, Zi Yao stormed out and shouted, warning the Fighting League about the toxic clouds and asking them to not act rashly. Warriors of divine light and Fighting League were both bewildered. They looked at her, but they couldn't find a reason for her actions. In front of many people, Zi Yao's long eyelashes batted. Her line of sight pierced through the warriors of the Windstorm War Department and stopped at a lean and tall figure. Everybody looked in the same direction and saw a young man in the crowd of the Fighting League. That was Shiryen. He smiled at her brightly from a distance. He looked at Zi Yao but didn't answer. An inky cold bead in his hand suddenly rippled with magical energy. In that area, clusters of colored poisonous clouds began to surge, rolling torrentially like unceasing, rising tides as they all swarmed over him. Everybody was petrified. They looked at him without a clue of what he was doing. "Prepare to slide out," hissed Shiryen. Xia Xian Yan's soft body shivered. Then she ordered her subordinates, quickly, "Prepare to move out." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It sounded like the wind howling when the viscous toxic clouds above their heads began to storm into his palm like colorful banners. They entered the inky bead that looked quite plain and banal. The speed of those clouds entering the bead was unimaginably fast. Shortly, a corner of the toxic vapors covering the sky had disappeared into the bead. That bead now had a faint halo with a magical energy rippling in it. It seemed stronger, as if it had just taken in some power. In just a blink of an eye, a large amount of toxic clouds in the sky had disappeared. The shaded sky seemed to have a small corner torn, revealing a path with light shining through. The flying bird battleships were ready. They burst out rumblingly while the divine crystals inside were triggered to the maximum. Those battleships soared up into the sky, piercing through the light passage. Shortly after, they had escaped the Life Star, entering the vast outer space. Many warriors of the divine light were dumbstruck. They gawked and dropped their jaws on seeing the other simply break through the layer of toxic smoke, which their precursor Jubo, who was at the first sky of incipient god realm, couldn't achieve. What was going on? They exchanged looks. At this moment, they didn't know how to react. Zi Yao's graceful body hovered in the horizon not far from the toxic clouds above her head. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she smiled, glaring at Shi Yan charmingly. However, she didn't utter a word. In her heart, Shi Yan was always a mystery. Nothing could stand in his way. Today, Shi Yan had confirmed it one more time. Move! Follow them! Jubo reacted. He pitched his voice, shouting, "Go at your max speed. Go through that passage to get out of this Life Star." At this moment, the warriors of divine light finally reacted. They shouted, screaming at each other to operate the battleships and move toward Shi Yan. At this moment, the change that they could never imagine happened for the second time, which also cut off their chance in just a blink of an eye. Most of the experts of the Fighting League were gone. However, someone stayed. It was Shi Yan. He was holding an inky bead. After the flying bird battleships of the Fighting League had escaped, he smiled evilly, flinging the bead. That bead bounced for a while in the void, then fumed out the toxic smokes and clouds it had taken in, which filled the hole it had just created instantly. The sky above this Life Star was covered by the thick layer of smokes one more time. The Divine Light's battleships halted, almost hitting the layer of smokes. They were agitated on seeing the clouds closing, as if they had just swallowed flies. Their hostile eyes were fixed on Shi Yan while their murderous aura shot up into the sky. Sana and Jubo also flew towards him, their faces cold and malicious. Zi Yao's bold brows furrowed. She moved swiftly, hovering in front of Shi Yan to shield him from the warriors of the divine light. "Why are you staying?" Shi Yan smiled while talking. "I will bring you guys out of here. Don't worry. Don't rush. After Fighting League's battleships go further away, I will make way for you guys." Sana and Jubo were bewildered, suspiciously looking at Shi Yan with bizarre faces. "You guys know each other?" Sana recognized it. "He's Shi Yan." Zi Yao smiled, talking calmly. "Before my master accepted me, I was with him." "Yeah, we know each other." Shi Yan chuckled while looking at the crowd of divine light warriors. He explained simply, "Without Zi Yao, I wouldn't care whether you guys were dead or alive. I would have left earlier, and you, all of you, would have had to die here. No one would escape. We have old Ju here. How can we not be able to run away?" Sana didn't buy it. Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yan, the four of them had joined hands, but they couldn't get rid of this kind of toxic smoke. If he's confident that he's stronger than the four of them, perhaps he can try. Shi Yan smiled and explained. Jubo's face changed. He waved his hand, signaling Sana not to talk much. "I heard that when the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Potion, and Tool Pavilion and the Fighting League were confined inside the space passage, you had helped them out? Was it the same toxic smoke like what we have now?" "Much intense than this time. At that time, we had encountered the departed spirit jellyfish in the space passage. It was the generator of the toxic smoke. The smoke we have in this place are the poisons the Dark Shadow Clan had collected from the jellyfish. However, it's enough to kill all of you. Shi Yan was still calm. Jubo looked at him. Pondering for a while, he said, all of a sudden, "Calm down, all of you. Give our little buddy more time." He knew Shi Yan had stayed here because of Ziyao. If he just brushed the dust off his butt and left, thousands of elite warriors of the divine light would have to bury their bodies here. No one would escape alive for sure. Jubo knew what to do. Sina furrowed his brows, but he didn't intervene. He kept silent while his look shifted from Shi Yan to Ziyao, and he contemplated. Ding, 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 ding. All of a sudden, something rang urgently inside Ziyao's sleeves. She was surprised, taking out an amethyst soundstone. She frowned, using her soul to sense. Her charming face changed dramatically, screaming. The important minds that we've claimed have the same situation. The toxic clouds have trapped them all. Dark Shadow Clan didn't only leave the poisons here. All the other important lands with precious materials have the same restriction. Not good. Jubo and Sina screamed urgently. There were 3,000 elite warriors of the Divine Light that came to Shadow, ghostly prison this time. They were all at the King God Realm, Original God Realm, and Ethereal God Realm. They were the pillars that the Divine Light had trained for years. This group was the main force to compete for the Divine Light. However, at this moment, all of them were confined by the toxic smoke. If this force of 3,000 warriors were exterminated, the Divine Light would bear a significant loss that would even damage their root. Let alone fighting with Fighting League, they wouldn't even retain their benefits. Ziyao, Jubo, and Sina were restless from anxiety. At this moment, this life star was still sealed by the toxic clouds, and Shi Yan was the only one who could resolve this danger. He looked calm and relaxed, as if he weren't hurried at all, earning time for the Fighting League to run away. Jubo took a deep breath, his face solemn. Shi Yan, little brother, if you help us leave this place and solve the fatal problems in the other areas, I assure you that we will retreat from the Shadow, ghostly prison. We won't compete for any benefit with the Fighting League. The Divine Light will appreciate your favor and will owe you a lot. After you get out of here, you won't chase after the Windstorm War Department anymore. Shi Yan looked relaxed, teasing the other. As far as Shi Yan was concerned, he didn't care whether the Divine Light warriors died or how many of them died. He just needed Ziyao to be safe. He wasn't interested in the dispute between the Divine Light and the Fighting League either. It was the competition between Feng Han and the Master of the Divine Light. Although it was related to Ziyao and Xia Xanyan, Shi Yan didn't have even a bit of interest. Jubo was worried. He knew Shi Yan wasn't interested in this, so he couldn't help but throw Ziyao a glance, asking her to help. Shi Yan, please help us. Hurry up. We must leave here. Please help us solve those problems. Ziyao said with a bitter face, I assure you I won't fight with Xia Xanyan, and our Divine Light's a member of the Agate Star area. If we lose so many members when the God Clan invades us, it will be a disadvantage for the entire Agate Star area. She knew of Shi Yan's grudges against the God Clan. From the God Vanishing Land to here, she had witnessed the ruthlessness and conspiracy of the God Clan. I believe you then, Shi Yan chuckled. Move. I'm going to make a passage for you guys. Ziyao was astounded. She then beamed an enchanting smile, her face seeming like a blossoming flower. She hadn't expected that Shi Yan would agree that easily. He didn't even bargain, which proved that his trust in her hadn't changed. He didn't change even when their status and time had changed. She didn't know that Shi Yan was touched when she screamed worriedly for him while he was soaring into the toxic clouds. With this premise, of course, Shi Yan wouldn't ignore her request for help. At the same time, he was objective in dealing with the Divine Light. He wouldn't attack the Divine Light because of Xia Xanyan. Thank you, Jubo sighed in relief. Shi Yan didn't look at him, just throwing the poison-dipped cold bead out. The pure black bead hovered in the toxic clouds and began sucking the poisonous smokes like a powerful whale. After several minutes, the toxic smokes covering the entire Life Star was drawn into the poison-dipped cold bead. Not even a single thread remained. That bead became a little colder, and the magical energy rippling in there had become fiercer. Chapter 1073 Old Friends. Chapter 1073 Old Friends _ Standing on the purple crystal battleship, Shi Yan traveled rapidly between the important mineral stars in Shadow, Ghostly Prison. The life stars and mineral stars with rich natural resources that the Dark Shadow clan had left behind weren't many, and the distances between them weren't too far. This purple crystal battleship was made by the Potion and Tool Pavilion, which was much better than the one Ziyao had in the Raging Flame Star area. It could move agilely and swiftly. They went to each life star and mineral star where the poisonous smoke was confining the divine light warriors. Whenever the purple crystal battleships appeared, Shi Yan would descend and solve their problems. The poison-dipped cold bead hovered in the sky and drew all the toxic smoke like a whale taking in water. It became colder and blacker, feeling so cold in Shi Yan's hand while releasing some kind of cold-natured soul energy. His thought flickered, and the poison-dipped cold bead disappeared, reappearing in the ethereal extent in his soul altar, then hovered there like a dark sun which rippled out a cold-natured soul energy. This bead was the essence of the soul of the departed spirit jellyfish. It was imprinted by the blood mark in his host's soul. At the same time, it had a wisp of Shi Yan's soul, which helped him control the bead with his thought. When the bead fell into his ethereal extent, it turned into a black light, releasing the cold Yin soul energy. Shi Yan felt his soul get calm and relaxed. He could feel the negative moods in his soul getting suppressed, which cheered him up. His acupuncture points had gathered a lot of essence qi of the dead warriors. It had the aura of despair, resentment, bloodlust, and ruthlessness, which had affected his mind and will, eroding his emotions to the point where he could lose his mind. The poison-dipped cold bead fell into his ethereal extent and became the tranquilizer of his ethereal extent, which would block off the negative emotions from his acupuncture points. Thus, he didn't receive a counter-effect. He suddenly remembered what Xian Fei had told him. The poison-dipped cold bead had the magical power to stabilize the soul and prevent a situation of bedevilment. It was most suitable for the warriors with heaven flames. After sensing for a while, Shi Yan smiled happily. He knew that Xian Fei didn't lie to him. The poison-dipped cold bead could really stabilize his soul, making it crystal clear and without any dregs. Of course, the functions of the poison-dipped cold bead weren't to stabilize the soul and prevent bedevilment. It could release the toxic smokes it had absorbed. The bead was like a particular container, such that Shi Yan could put things in and take them out later. Shi Yan knew how terrifying the poisonous smoke from the poison-dipped cold bead were. He believed that if he released the toxic vapors inside the bead in a war, the lethality would be unbearable. According to Yushan, the poison-dipped cold bead did have other abilities. However, she didn't know clearly enough to tell him about them. Shi Yan had traveled through the big mineral stars and life stars with his poison-dipped cold bead on the purple crystal battleship, like a shuttle. He absorbed the toxic smoke and clouds there to rescue the divine light warriors. Sana'i, Zhao, and Jubo followed him. Seeing the mineral stars and life stars covered by toxic smokes, they all grimaced. The Dark Shadow clan is so evil. Ziyao had an icy cold face. Sana and Jubo slightly nodded. Their faces were stern, sighing inwardly. They understood clearly that if Shi Yan didn't help them this time, more than 3,000 elite warriors of the Divine Light who came to Shadow, Ghostly Prison, would have been killed by the toxic smoke and clouds. Even the two of them couldn't have escaped from death. The Dark Shadow clan had gone away from the Shadow, Ghostly Prison, but they had left such evil restrictions. If they brought the army of the God Clan to Agate Star area, the result would be unimaginable. There's something you don't know. On the purple crystal battleship that was flying towards the last area, where poisonous smokes and clouds confined their members, Shi Yen frowned while talking indifferently. The bead I got here comes from an evil, venomous creature called the poison-dipped cold bead. If we don't have an expert at the incipient god realm who also has the heaven flame from the origin, if it goes into any star area, it will drown that star area into a catastrophe. All people, warriors, spiritual beasts, and animals will be massacred, all. Pausing for a while, Shi Yen took a deep breath, his face stern. The poison-dipped cold bead, it stayed in the space passage. It's the trap the Dark Shadow Clan and the God Clan had left. If they couldn't invade the Agate Star area, they would release the poison-dipped cold bead to kill all creatures in Agate Star area. It's too malicious. Sana and Ju both shouted. Zi Yao's beautiful eyes had a gleam of fear. She was so frightened, smacking her tongue discreetly. That malignant, inhumane method to exterminate the entire star area wasn't something the forces in the Agate Star area could heartlessly do, despite the wars they sometimes had. And they couldn't even imagine that the God Clan and Dark Shadow Clan could prepare such a wicked deed. You guys resolved it. Jubo was baffled. Right. We were lucky enough to invite an incipient God realm expert from another star area. She had the heaven flames, so she refined the departed spirit jellyfish and left this poison-dipped cold bead, said Shi Yen calmly. Ju Bo, Sana, Zi Yao, and the warriors of the divine light around had their eyes brightened. When they looked at Shi Yen now, they had respect in their eyes. He had the poison-dipped cold bead. If he weren't the key person, how could he get the bead? Thinking about the primary factor named Shi Yen that the second Elder Gu he had mentioned, the majority of warriors of the divine light could recognize his role in this event. Seems like all the forces of the clans around the Agate Star area have to thank you, Jubo said in a low-pitched voice. Many warriors of the divine light nodded. Shi Yen was still natural and calm. You have to be grateful to many people. Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Fighting League, and Potion and Tool Pavilion had joined that battle. Without their participation, the space passage wouldn't have been closed, and the great army of the God Clan would have come shortly after. While frowning, he said, the official force of the God Clan is several times stronger than the Dark Shadow Clan's forces. If your Bloodlance fleet has the manpower, which is 5 times bigger than now, you can deal with a troop of the God Clan's corps. Don't think I'm exaggerating. I'm talking about them modestly. According to the incipient God Realm expert from the Fiery Rainstar area who used to fight with the God Clan, 10 troops of ours could be relatively compared to 1 troop of the God Clan. I hope you can see the difference between our forces. Hearing him, many warriors of the divine light were frightened as they gawked in fear. Are they that mighty? Zi Yao looked bitter, sighing. I had met a member of the God Clan. He was unusually strong, such that I'm still frightened until now. I believe the God Clan's core are quite intimidating. Otherwise, there are countless clans in this immense universe. So why has the God Clan always dominated the vast area? Sana and Ju Bo kept silent, their faces solemn. They needed to digest what Shi Yen had just told them. They didn't talk more and just frowned, sinking in their thoughts. 2 days later, the purple crystal battleship landed on a life star which looked like the beautiful full moon. The atmosphere of this star also was covered with toxic smoke and clouds. Shi Yen plunged down, using the poison-dipped cold bead to collect all of the extreme toxins. Right after that, the purple crystal battleship slowly landed on the magnificent surface of the planet. Blue oceans stretched over the planet with many scattered islands. Some islets were sparkling like gems in the middle of the sea, embellishing it with the dreamy decorations. I'm taking you to meet someone. Zi Yao smiled gently. Before I departed to the divine crystal lode, I passed by this star. Come with me. Shi Yan was surprised. He nodded immediately. An amethyst war chariot roared, flying out of the massive battleship. Zi Yao waved at Shi Yan. After he hopped on, the amethyst war chariot flew towards a small, gourd-shaped island. The war chariot moved like an express shuttle at breakneck speed. Shortly after, the war chariot hovered above the gourd-shaped island and landed. As soon as they landed, Zi Yao pitched her voice to call gently, "Hello, come see who's just arrived." This island wasn't so big. It was like a tropical island with hot and humid jungles. Situated in the middle of the island were some small mountains, which weren't really tall. The mountains were green, with luxuriant trees and foliage. By the foot of the mountains, they could see many precious gemstones sparkling. From a distance, they knew that the source of light of this island was those gemstones, which were fulgent in many colors. However, since they didn't have energy, warriors weren't interested in collecting them. Some mountain flanks had a few delicate caves where they could see people moving. Most of them were warriors of the divine light. Some figures suddenly stormed out of a cave and lifted their faces to watch the sky. Seeing Shi Yan from a distance, all of them were filled with joy. Shi Yan looked shocked, then smile stretched across his face. "Why are you here?" They were Bao Ao, Jieji, Bo Ro, and Ka Fu, the ones who should be in the Raging Flame Star area. Seeing them in this star area, Shi Yan was thrilled. When they were still in the Grace mainland, Bao Ao and Jieji had treated him well. When they struggled to get rid of the place and enter the Raging Flame Star area, they were captured by the Underworld League. They were the true comrades who had undergone hardships together. Thus, Shi Yan hadn't regretted giving away the star map to rescue Bao Ao and Jie trapped inside the soul-sucking demonic flower. After they were recovered, Katua had arranged his brother Ka Fu to bring them out of the Heaven Punishment City and hide them in some dead star area. He thought that it would be hard to meet them again, but now, in Shadow Ghostly Prison of Agate Star area, they were reunited. Bao Ao, Jieji, and Bo Ro were at the King God Realm. Bao Ao and Jie had reached the third sky of King God Realm, while Bo Ro was at the second sky of King God Realm. Seeing Shi Yan, they were so excited talking to him. "It's because of Her Highness Princess Zi Yao." Shi Yan was surprised. He turned to Zi Yao, who was smiling next to him. "You did return to the Raging Flame Star area." "Yeah, I went home once." Zi Yao didn't conceal, answering him with ease. "The divine light isn't far from the space hub of Shadow Ghostly Prison. While cultivating in divine light, I visited that area. I spent several years to find the space slit leading to the Raging Flame Star area. I did return there with some precursors of my force." Chapter 1074, The Dream They Once Had. Chapter 1074, The Dream They Once Had, _ More than 30 years ago, Zi Yao left the broken star field to enter the territory of the divine light. She had accepted the master of the divine light, her teacher. Since then, she had ascetically cultivated the light power Upanishad. Divine light wasn't within the area of the Shadow Ghostly Prison, but it wasn't far from this area either. It was especially close to the space hub where space passages were congregated. This area was mystical, with rumors that the divine light would cross this place from time to time. The divine light's master didn't want Zi Yao to cultivate all the time. She asked Zi Yao to come to the space hub to see if she could get lucky and catch a glimpse of outer space divine light. If she could take it in, her realm would leap up. Some precursors of the divine light had escorted Zi Yao to the area with the space slits. She had wandered there for a long time, but couldn't catch the outer space divine light. However, she found a narrow space slit that was connected to the Raging Flame Star area. With the help of the divine light's experts, they moved through the space passage and arrived in the dead star area of the Raging Flame Star area. In that area, Ziao found a lot of traces of the outer space pirates, as well as Kafu's whereabouts. She knew Shi Yan had a relationship with Kafu, Bao Ao, and the others. She was one of the vanguards entering the Agate Star area with Shi Yan. She knew Katua and Shi Yan were always together. Thus, she came to talk to Kafu, telling him that his brother was in the Agate Star area, and she wanted to take him there. Kafu, of course, couldn't be happier. After he had arranged everything, he took Bao Ao, Jejibo Ro, and some strong pirates to follow Ziyao to Agate Star area. Listening to Ziyao, Shi Yan felt his eyes itch and his heart feel warm. He suddenly recognized that while he didn't know anything, this woman had done many meaningful things for him. He remembered things he had undergone those years and became baffled. Shi Yan, you didn't fail us, Bao Ao appraised with emotion. Jia Ji and Bo Ro were excited as well. Jia Ji stepped forward to pat Shi Yan's shoulder. Excellent. Shi Yan was bewildered, asking, What's excellent? You've taken the fellows of our demon clan from the Grace mainland. You gave them a way of hope. It's what we had departed for that year. We wanted to find a way out for our fellows. You've done it for us. You didn't fail us. Bao Ao's eyes had flames, his voice strong and echoing. Bao Ao and Jia Ji were the leaders of Demon Clan. They had soon recognized the exhaustion of energy in the Grace mainland and had struggled to find a way to survive for their fellows. They had even left the Grace mainland for this reason. After that, they arrived in the Raging Flame Star area, where they had their knowledge widened when they saw the wealth of the medium-level star area. At that time, they recognized how weak they were at the peak of True God Realm. They used to be the potion and mining slaves. They struggled to live for a long time. Eventually, they found the dream they once had seeming to drift further and further away from them. They had given up 1 or 2 times. However, shame stayed forever in their hearts as they couldn't bring hope for their fellows. But it was until they met Shi Yan again. Shi Yan had used the star map to exchange for their rescue while they were trapped inside the demonic flower. After that, they were safe and recovered in a hidden area somewhere in the land of God punishment. Slowly, hope dawned back on them. Dozens of years later, when Ziyao brought some ethereal God realm experts of the divine light and found them here, they were shocked. Now they knew that the Raging Flame Star wasn't a high-level star area. Only the star areas with incipient God realm experts could be deemed the high-level star areas. After that, Ziyao told them one thing. They knew Shi Yan had completed the dream they could never fulfill. Shi Yan had brought the hope of a new life to their fellows in the Grace mainland. They were so grateful to him. When we had just visited the Grace mainland, we made the vow that we must find a life star to prepare a new home for our fellows. Jia Ji looked at Shi Yan, his face holding a sincere and touched smile. Too bad our capacity was limited, so we couldn't do that. But you helped us. Even if we have to die now, we will die with a smile. The demon fellows in the Grace mainland were their families, relatives, friends, and subordinates. They were worth their care, and they would do everything to continue their bloodline. They live well and safely now. Don't worry. Gazing at them, Shi Yan smiled happily. After I am done with my business here, I will create a formation that can help transport you guys there to live with them. You will meet someone very close to you on that planet. Bao Ao, Jejia, and Bo Ro were thrilled. In another area of the immense ocean, Sana and Jubo wore a solemn face, standing on the purple crystal battleship. Shi Yan has fulfilled his promise of solving our problems. What should we do now? Jubo frowned while looking at Sana. You're in charge of this operation. I'm just a protector. You tell me. Sana contemplated for a while and then said, As we've promised, divine light will leave the shadow, ghostly prison. Are you willing to leave? Jubo was surprised as he knew Sana wasn't the sort of man who would yield before he could get what he wanted. However, this time, he just simply gave it up like that. Jubo was quite astounded. I'm a man of my word. Sana frowned. That man and my sister have a close relationship. If we don't do what we have promised, it will be difficult for her as well. Little Yao and that guy don't have a simple friendship, you know, said Jubo meaningfully. Sana trembled shortly, his face gloomy. I know, but there's something we can't force to get. Well, that kid is only at the first sky of ethereal god realm at this moment. With your power and tricks, you have many ways to kill him. I believe you can do it discreetly, said Jubo with a smile. Sana's face was colder, looking at him indifferently. Old Jew, did you take your meds today? If I wanted to compete for my sister with him, would I need to use such a low trick? Jubo laughed cheerily and nodded. Sana, you're truly Sana. You won't let me down. Right? I was worried that you would let jealousy consume you. I'm not worried anymore. All right, we'll do as we have promised. We will give them the territories we've claimed. Sana was bewildered, but then he gathered himself together and burst out laughing. I will respect my sister's opinions, no matter what she chooses. I, Sana, am always sane. Jubo nodded smilingly. As divine light has you in its structure, even without the benefits from the shadow, ghostly prison, we will grow steadily. Fighting Star. Feng Han was standing on a high mountain with a sound stone in his hand, his face astounded. Divine light gave it up? What happened? He turned to Chi Zhe, while frowning. Is it a conspiracy? Ghost knows. Chi Zhe seemed not mind it much. Miao Rong sent me the message, saying that they have gathered with Xian Yan's Windstorm War Department. So, we don't need to hand the Divine Light the letter you wrote. Moreover, we also received the information that the Divine Light's forces have left the life stars and mineral stars they had claimed before. I'm sure something had happened. Feng Han said with a cold face, Contact Miao Rong and Xian Yan. I want to know what happened. I'm on it. In the dark star sea of shadow, ghostly prison, many battleships were hovering by a group of slender battleships above a crescent moon-shaped life star. This star was covered with a blue ocean, where they could see many small, dazzling islands that decorated this planet, making it a dreamy scene. So beautiful, Xian Yan observed from her battleship, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Standing by her was Miao Rong from the Water Moon War Department of Fighting League. This life star produces a lot of spiritual herbs and grasses. The Dark Shadow Clan had controlled this place strictly. Among the important areas we want to claim, this place ranks right behind the planet with the divine crystal lode. Xian Yan smiled gently. The Divine Light's warriors are in there. If they don't retreat, we can't take this place. Miao Rong knitted his brows, talking. I still don't know why the Divine Light suddenly gave it up. The Fighting Star has asked me several times. I don't know what to answer them. The Divine Light had come fiercely, and they retreated even faster. I wonder if they have some internal problems. Xian Yan put on a cold and indifferent face. She pondered for a while and then said, We don't know why they retreated, but we can go there and ask. Miao Rong discolored in fright. You want to go there? The soldiers of the Water Moon Department and Xian Yan's department numbered just over 1,000. Compared to 3,000 warriors of the Divine Light, they were quite few. The Divine Light had sent here all of the elite warriors, which weren't weaker than them. If they had to engage in a fight, Xian Yan's side would fall into a disadvantageous situation. Today, warriors of the Divine Light who entered the shadow, ghostly prison, were all gathering in here. If they got down there and provoked the Divine Light's warriors, it would not be a good move. Miao Rong couldn't understand a thing. We just use a war chariot to get there. Xian Yan called, and a crystal jade phoenix war chariot emerged. She hopped on and waved at Miao Rong. You and I will go there to show our goodwill. Miao Rong was a little hesitant. You are at the incipient god realm. What is there to be worried then? Xia Xianyan said gently. I'm worried about you. Miao Rong forced a smile. I can escape simply, but you can't do that. Your realm isn't high enough. If they confine you for the second time, we will fall into a tough position again. Don't you think so? No, it won't turn like that this time. Xia Xianyan smiled, her beautiful eyes piercing through the layers of clouds. She mumbled, I'm sure he has established an agreement with the divine light. Otherwise, the divine light won't act that way. Forget it. I will go with you to see what troubles we will meet. Miao Rong was reluctant, but he jumped onto the war chariot like a furious water current. The lithe phoenix, or chariot glided, dancing in the sky while piercing through layers of clouds. Slowly, it lowered towards the blue ocean. They saw many divine light's battleships anchored by the islands in the sea. Warriors of the divine light were looking at the sky, their faces gingerly. I want to see your leader. Xia Xianyan called out gently while she was still in the sky. The sound waves of her voice echoed, expanding further. Xia Mei over here. An enchanting voice that could even reach people's bones came from the gourd-shaped island in the middle of the ocean. The female voice sounded lazy and soft, as if she was sunbathing. Xia Xianyan arched her brows, but she didn't recognize it. Her beautiful eyes held an unclear meaning. Her phoenix war chariot suddenly hissed ear-piercingly as it sped up, which made Miao Rong lose his balance and almost fall off. He immediately looked at her with an odd face, not knowing what had happened. Chapter 1075. A Competition of Envy. Chapter 1075. A Competition of Envy, _ Miao Rong was quite suspicious. This time, the divine light had made a large-scale invasion. While the Fighting League hadn't noticed, they had forcefully claimed many important areas which used to belong to the Dark Shadow clan. It was like a sharp thorn thrusting towards the Fighting League's throat, which gave Feng Han a big headache. When Feng Han was ready to deploy his force, he got the news from the divine light. They had kept Xia Xianyan as a hostage. Thus, Feng Han had to stop his plan of a fight, and begrudgingly agreed with the strict conditions the divine light had given. He didn't deploy his forces, but wrote a letter of agreement, which he asked Miao Rong to hand to the other in exchange for Xia Xianyan. Miao Rong thought that it was a humiliation, which he had prepared himself to bear. However, when he arrived there with his Water Moon War Department, Xia Xianyan and her Windstorm War Department had escaped their confinements. Moreover, the arrogant experts of the Divine Light were leaving their important areas. They seemed to want a retreat from the shadow, ghostly prison soon. Miao Rong was confused, as he didn't know what was wrong. He had asked Xia Xianyan, but she didn't give him a convincing answer. The Fighting League was hurried, wanting to know all the details related to it. So, they continually asked Miao Rong. Miao Rong knew that Xia Xianyan had the answer. However, he didn't have the right to ask her, so he had to keep being skeptical. The Phoenix War chariot trembled hard. Miao Rong looked at Xia Xianyan, who acted normal, her eyes lost somewhere. He knew that he would get the answer in a few minutes. On the gourd-shaped island, the breeze was warm, flowing above the sparkling sea. Divine Light's battleships were anchored by the small island, leaving only one magnificent purple crystal battleship lying in the center of the island. Dozens of Divine Light's warriors were surrounding the purple crystal battleship, situated in the middle of many lush mountains. All of a sudden, Sana and Zhu Bo arrived there with Ziyao, who was wearing a gorgeous purple dress. At this moment, the three leaders of Divine Light were giving orders to their subordinates. A hunky young man stood in a corner with the three demon clansmen, his face cold and calm. Warriors of Divine Light weren't wary of them. They were talking to each other, while the mesmerizing woman in purple would often throw her glance at the young man over there, her beautiful eyes twinkling. Swish! The war chariot slightly trembled. Miao Rong jolted up, frowning at the divine light's warriors in the distance. Sina and Ju Bo were famous warriors of the divine light, the commanders of this shadow, ghostly prison operation. At first glance, Miao Rong could easily guess their identities. He looked at the gorgeous woman in purple, his eyes brightening as he nodded inwardly. That was the new disciple of the divine light's master. She was quite favored and had an extremely fast cultivation progress. He knew that she was called Zi Yao. A series of information related to Zi Yao slid through his brain, startling him. He suddenly became bewildered when he found out that Xia Exan Yin had only looked at Zi Yao and that cold young man since she had arrived on this planet. She didn't even give Sina and Ju Bo a glance. Since Miao Rong couldn't explain that, he paid more attention. Ju Bo didn't talk more. He rose one hand, making a gesture to stop the divine light's warriors from discussing. He looked at the Phoenix war chariot emerging and chuckled. He waved his hand while talking. I'm Ju Bo of the divine light. You're welcome here to see us off. See them off. Miao Ring was bewildered. Xia Exan Yen furrowed her bold brows as her look shifted from Ju Bo to Xiao. Finally, she gazed at Shi Yan. Shi Yan was still natural as he grinned while talking to her. Divine light wants to retreat from shadow, ghostly prison. They will leave soon. Miao Rong and Xia Exan Yen were astounded. They finally confirmed that the divine light would leave for sure, which made them even more bewildered. Ju Bo looked at Shi Yan, giving the compliment. What we agreed about with Shi Yan, we will never change. After we're done with the preparations for him, we will leave shortly. We won't linger in shadow, ghostly prison anymore. Sina snorted, his face indifferent. He seemed not willing at all. Zi Yao wore a charming smile while talking to Xia Exan Yen gently. It's perfect not to cause any dispute with Xia Mei Mei. Mei Mei, if you have time, come to be our guest in Divine Light's territory. Please don't keep in mind any previous provocation of ours. Xia Exan Yen just frowned but didn't answer. Miao Rong was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. He looked at the lean young man and finally knew that he was Shi Yan, the one they had talked about. However, this man was only at the ethereal god realm. What kind of a trick had he conjured to make the divine light leave shadow, ghostly prison? And why did he have to help the fighting league? Doubts grew in Miao Rong's mind. I want to create a teleportation formation. They will help me gather some necessary materials. That's why I am waiting here. Shi Yan thought for a while and realized that he should clarify everything with Xia Exan Yen. With his realm and cultivation base, it wasn't really hard to create the child formation of the mother and child sky linking formation. He believed that he could do that. However, he didn't have the materials to build a space teleportation formation. When he discussed with Bao Ao, Jeji, and Bo Ro, he told them about it. He didn't expect that Zi Yao would help him collect all of the required materials. However, he was even more surprised when Ju Bo and Sina didn't oppose this. They expressed that they wanted to thank him because he had rescued the warriors of the divine light. He couldn't deny this, and he didn't try to deny anyway. He just let divine light and Zi Yao take care of the preparations. It would take a lot of materials to build the space teleportation formation. The battleships of the divine light in this area didn't have enough materials. Thus, Xiao and Ju Bo had ordered their subordinate to gather them. They knew that they could collect all of them in a short while. The divine light and the potion and tool pavilion had a close relationship. The materials AI Fu had piled up in Broken Star Field were from the divine light. And they even had a way to buy and sell the mother and child sky linking formation to AI Fu. Sure, Yen didn't doubt the divine light's capacity. Also, he believed in Xiao. Thus, he had been waiting on this gourd-shaped island, gathering forging materials. Xia Exan Yen was surprised for a while. She reacted immediately, laughing. Ah, turns out you're busy with this. When we came back from the space passage, you had told me that, so I had arranged it for you. Shi Yan was surprised. Miao Rong slightly frowned while talking. You sent your request to the League, asking us to contact the Potion and Tool Pavilion to collect the materials for him. Xia Xian smiled naturally, then nodded and talked to Shi Yan. You don't need to stay here anymore. We should go to the Fighting Star. I believe that the materials required are already there. You can do it right away without waiting here. Sure, Yan scratched his head as he felt awkward. It takes 5 days max, and the materials we have ordered will be delivered. Zi Yao smiled charmingly. Can you wait for 5 days more? It will take half a month to travel to the Fighting League. You don't need to waste a lot of time, right? Just wait here for 5 days more. What do you say? You want to go to the Fighting League anyway. When you get there, the materials will be awaiting you already. You can do what you want. Why would you waste more time here? Xia Xian pitched her voice. The two peerlessly beautiful women were trying to show their colors. With soft voices and yearning eyes, they were asking him to agree with their suggestions. The Divine Light's warriors were baffled, and Miao Rong was also dumbstruck. No matter it was Xia Xian or Zi Yao, they were both extreme beauties who were really rare in this world. Both their makings and glamour were perfect. They also held a high position in the Fighting League and Divine Light, respectively. Ordinary people would never have a chance to get in touch with them. But today, they were competing for a man. As they were trying to gain his attention, it baffled all the warriors on the scene. Many warriors the Divine Light had yearning, jealous, admiring, and even angry facial expressions. Some of them even roared in their minds, as they had considered Zi Yao as their perfect goddess, the dream of their lives. Today, their goddess and another extremely exquisite woman were waiting for a man's decision. This made them almost lose their sanity. Sana felt like a big failure. He didn't have any confidence or arrogance in his eyes anymore. He looked at Zi Yao, who was gingerly, and then Xia Xian, who was yearning, then sighed inwardly. Miao Rong frowned deeply. The light in his eyes was like a burning torch as he gazed at Shi Yan and felt aghast. He had never heard of the name Shi Yan. He knew nothing about this man who had emerged from nowhere. But he knew how much Feng Han had favored Xia Xian. He also knew Xia Xian's strange profile. At the same time, he knew of Zi Yao's noble position in the Divine Light. What made this young man deserve the two women's favors? Miao Rong gradually became absorbed in his thoughts. I have been waiting for several days, and it will just take 5 days more. As people were gazing at him, Shi Yan's face was indifferent while he spoke. 5 days later, after we've collected the materials, I will leave with you to the Fighting Star. I think I can finish the teleport formation on the way. It will be the best solution for me. The Fighting Star was the headquarters of the Fighting League, which situated in the dangerous center of the Shadow Ghostly Prison. It was heavily guarded in a special location. Shi Yan had agreed to Yu Shan from the Fiery Rainstar area that he would assign Leona to train a troop of her force. Due to the unique location of the Fighting League in Shadow Ghostly Prison, it was his top choice. His answer gained the approval from both the two beauties. They smiled, and nothing in the sea area could compare to their glamour. All right, we will wait for 5 days more. Xia Xian felt at ease. She nodded to Miao Rong, asking him to wait here as well. As long as Shi Yan agreed to go to the Fighting Star with her, she wouldn't nag him about any other matter. She felt happy with his decision. Zi Yao knew that Xia Xian still ranked first in Shi Yan's heart. She wasn't foolish to make things tenser. As Shi Yan had agreed to stay 5 days more in this place, she thought that it was a noticeable change already. She believed that she could imprint her image into his heart little by little over time. Eventually, she would be able to compete with Xia Xian directly. This area doesn't look bad. Shi Yan, take me around for seeing the sights, will you? Xia Xianyan suddenly asked with her sweet voice. I have taken him for a walk once. If you don't mind, we will go together. What do you say? Sure, Yan hadn't agreed when Zi Yao took the chance to intervene. She stretched her body like a lazy cat, her face natural and calm. I'm excited to talk more with Xia Mei Mei. Cough, cough. You two go for a walk. I want to prepare and meditate for a while. Sure, Yin gave out some dry coughs and expressed his opinion. The two pairs of pretty eyes shot at him with some meaning. I'm going to seclude and cultivate. Sure, Yin said placidly, then flew out all of a sudden and disappeared into a cave on the mountain of the island. Chapter 1076. 3 Flames Unite. Chapter 1076. 3 Flames Unite. The Fountainhead of Power Upanishads. Inside a spacious area of fire power Upanishads which looked like a vast sea, flames were dancing and running as if they had life. Sometimes they draw beautiful curves in the air with brilliant light. Each magical flame was releasing its best mysterious power. Warriors who concentrated their minds to study with the soul could understand all the changes of those flames and comprehend the power of fire, then absorb it into their souls to strengthen their fire power Upanishads. 2 souls were floating in the middle of the sea of fire. One of them looked like a dazzling fireball with a fierce soul energy magnetic field. Its magnetic field seemed to synchronize with countless flames in this area of fires of Upanishads. It acted as if it had understood the mysteries of those flames. At the same time, the flames around it started to twist and change, turning into the brilliant and yet exquisite lines of some drawings. They seemed to be the particular shapes of the fire fairies. The 3 soul energy, fluctuations of the flames with similar auras were generated from the fireball, slowly condensing into one beam, thinning and stretching. 2 graceful figures appeared, hovering in front of the fire power Upanishads area. Yu Shan looked beautiful with her generous curves, her face mature and charming. She looked struck when she saw the soul fireball. He's uniting 3 heaven flames of the origin that have similar auras. It's a real fusion. He's making their auras and energy unite into one. Xian Fei's small face was surprised, screaming, How's his progress? Almost finished, Yu Shan appraised emotionally. This man's innate endowments, not ordinary at all. His situation's special and strange. With this progress, he is likely to finish fusing the 3 flames with the similar auras. At that time, his understanding of the fire power Upanishad would surpass yours. Xian Fei felt dispirited, snorting with disgust. You better observe. It will be good for you. Yu Shan told her and then kept silent. Time flew hurriedly. After an unknown period of time, the 3 different auras of that flaming soul had been fused into one without a leak. Another soul of his suddenly transformed into Shi Yan's real image. He chuckled, looking at the co-soul with his eyes sparkling strangely. The co-soul in the form of a brilliant fireball suddenly shrank until it was a thumb-sized flaming bead, hovering in the air. You're all here. While smiling, he looked at Yushan. When will you enter the agate star area? I am here to tell you that they are waiting at the entrance of the space passage. My body's there as well. If you're ready, I'll ask them to get in. Yu Shan explained the situation to him. Of course, it's no problem. You just need to guide them to the agate star area. I'll let someone receive you and bring you to the fighting star in shadow, ghostly prison, said Shiryan. You've just fused with 3 heaven flames of the origin, right? Pausing for a while, Yushan asked. Yes, I've done it smoothly. The earth flame, purgatory true flame, and vermilion bird true flame had similar auras, and were all peak yang scorching flames. The fusion of the 3 flames was smooth, and at this moment, the 3 heaven flames were now one, and the blazing power of this combination had been increased by several times. Shi Yan tried, and he found that the fused flame was burning hot beyond his expectations. You have 10 heaven flames from the same origin of an ancient continent, and the 3 heaven flames you just fused are the 3 easiest flames to combine. However, the next time you want to fuse them, it would be more strenuous. Yu Shan contemplated and then reminded him, the next time you combine heaven flames, you shouldn't do it rashly. You must do one at a time, or else you will meet a big trouble. Sai, I admire you. You could gather all the heaven flames of the same origin. I think your attainment in cultivating fire power Upanishad would surpass us one day. Yu Shan's eyes looked complicated and emotional when she said that. As she was the Grand Master who cultivated fire power Upanishad with the heaven flames at the second sky of incipient God realm, Shi Yan appreciated her advice a lot, memorizing all that she told him. Our soldiers will enter the agate star area soon. You should hurry to send your guide to receive them. Yu Shan frowned as she hesitated. There's something, I wonder if it's related to your agate star area. What's that? Shi Yan was startled. The one who had plotted against your agate star area is the Ascot family of the God clan, right? Asked Yushan. Shi Yan nodded. So, it's possibly related to you guys. Yushan pondered for a while and then said, I heard that Sloan of the Ascot family is collecting materials to fabricate the border-breaking mine. I think it's related to your agate star area and even yourself. I quite don't understand. Sloan and Chief Bellow of the Dark Shadow clan call each other brothers. Spot, the god young man that you killed, was the beloved youngest son of Sloan and a core member of the God clan. When he died, they could find out the murder using a special method. Sloan should know that you killed his son by now. The border-breaking mine is the most dangerous weapon of the God clan. It can blast an entire planet and also break the space barrier. Anyway, it's not easy to fabricate the border-breaking mine. It needs a soul altar of an incipient God realm expert to be the core. Once the border-breaking mine detonates, the soul altar of that expert will explode altogether. I heard that Sloan is asking for an imprisoned, incipient God realm expert to be the core of his border-breaking mine. Once he's done with that mine, he can blow off the space barrier between your star area and the ancient God star area in just a blink of an eye. At that time, you guys will have to face the great army of the Ascot family of the God clan. Especially you. You're Sloan's main target. Yu Shan talked clearly and evidently. Shi Yan's face darkened. He knew Yu Shan didn't need to deceive him at this moment. He was sure she was telling the truth. When the space barrier was sealed, he thought they could be safe for a while. Unexpectedly, the God clan didn't want to stop their attack there. Their next conspiracy was much bloodier. Of course, he needs the Ascot family's approval to get an incipient God realm expert as the sacrifice. It takes time to fabricate the border-breaking mine. Thus, I think you're safe for a while. Seeing his face darken, Yu Shan couldn't help but console him. You still have time to prepare. I suggest you guys should unite all the big clans in your star area. You can't resist with a scattered force. The first time the Fiery Rain Star area had to deal with the God clan's invasion, the clans from everywhere were fighting against each other. Some even depended on the God clan. It was only when they suffered a significant loss that they finally recognized the reality. Eventually, all clans had to unite to resist the God clan. I want you to recognize your situation in the early stage, Yu Shan kindly advised him. Shi Yan nodded silently. Yu Shan didn't talk more and told Xian Fei to leave this area. Their souls then disappeared shortly. Sure, Yen stayed in the area of fire power Upanishads alone. He contemplated for a while and then left. At the entrance of the cave sealed with a big rock, the 2 splendid women were floating quietly. Their beautiful eyes sparkled as they studied the entrance. Not far from them, Miao Rong, Sana, Jubo, and more than 10 divine light experts were waiting on the war chariots. Those war chariots were filled with exotic, cultivating materials. Most of them were crystal-like materials, while a small part was wooden cubes that looked like sparkling jades. Today wasn't the 5th day. It was the 9th day. The materials the divine light had ordered were delivered on time. They wanted to wake Shi Yan up in this cave. However, when they arrived, they couldn't sense his soul energy fluctuation. At that time, everybody was frightened. Miao Rong, Sana, and Jubo were restlessly anxious. They thought that Shi Yan's soul was exterminated. Even Zi Yao didn't know what had happened to him. She had almost dashed into the cave to check his situation. She had never experienced the state when he had entered the fountainhead of power Upanishads. Only Xia Xianyan knew about the actual situation. She had stopped them from getting into the cave, so they all waited here in silence. They were quite skeptical. While waiting, they were filled with confusion. At the moment Shi Yan's soul, which they thought was lost, returned to his body, everybody instinctively looked at the cave entrance. At this moment, Miao Rong, Sana, and Jubo knew that Shi Yan was more mysterious than what they had thought. They now knew that Shi Yan wasn't an ordinary warrior. It seemed the agate star area had never had a warrior with the heaven flames who could enter the fountainhead of power Upanishads. Thus, they didn't know that people's soul could enter the mysterious area, which gave the others a feeling that their souls had been exterminated. Squeak! Squeak! The big rock was removed, and Shi Yan appeared in the entrance of the cave with a cold face. Looking at the group of people waiting for him, he frowned unrecognizably, beaming a smile. "Oh, I got a big welcome formation." The others felt embarrassed and didn't talk much. "We were so worried about you." Zi Yao rolled her eyes at him. She exaggeratingly patted her round breasts while screaming, "You had scared me. I couldn't sense your soul aura. I thought something had happened to you. If Xia Mei didn't tell us, I would have jumped into the cave to find you. Sai, next time, can you notify us before you do that? Do you think it's funny to make people worried like that?" She didn't conceal her deep affection for Shi Yan at all. The divine light warriors sighed and shifted anxiously. They cursed Shi Yan for his romantic luck. "Xianyan, you should send some fighting league experts to the space passage we've been before. We need to fetch up a troop of warriors." Shi Yan said with a stern face. "They come from the fiery rain star area. Yu Shan and Xian Fei may arrive as well. I agreed with them that I would let Leona help them train their soldiers. First, let's bring them to the fighting star." "This place is much nearer than that planet anyway," Xiao intervened. Shi Yan was baffled for a while. He pondered for a while and then said, "All right, send someone and bring them here." "Hey, did you prepare the materials I've asked?" "All are delivered." "Good. I'm going to build the formation here. I must finish it as soon as possible." Chapter 1077. Build the formation. Chapter 1077. Build the formation, __. A peak of a mountain on the gourd-shaped island. The top of this mountain was flat and smooth like a cut crystal. It looked like someone had used a huge blade to cut it flat. Piling on the cold ground were dozens of different materials, sparkling in different colors. Some of them were icy cold or as warm as jade, while the others were crystal clear and shining. A young man was frowning, his eyes focused as he stood silently atop the mountain. Fine space blades flashed on and off in the void as if they were the knives of a wonderfully skilled craftsman. As Shi Yan was moving his fingers, the space blades exquisitely and carefully carved the intricate drawings on the surface of the rigid, empty fantasy crystal. This piece of empty fantasy crystal was around 1 mu wide one. It was crystal clear and fulgent like the best quality jade. However, this piece of jade was covered with hairline cracks, which were curving and expanding to every corner of the crystal. It looked like there were so many invisible hands magically moving those cracks around. The sharp space blades glided, drawing on the surface of the crystal, creating more hairline cracks while generating the sounds of skreek. Boom! A cluster of scorching red flame emerged in his palm. It floated and bobbed continually like a magical soul, and slowly it turned into a beautiful curve. The flame covered the cold, lozenge jades piling around. Half of the jades then melted and black dregs dripped down. The cold jades were polished afterward. They swooshed in the air, landing on the slits on the empty fantasy crystal. The young man had his 10 fingers moved continually, drawing beautiful and yet complicated, wonderful formations in the void. Whenever a new formation appeared, the sharp space blades would move around, carving it on the surface of the empty fantasy crystal. Right after that, the burning flame would refine the cold jades, spiritual rocks, and precious metals. It would grind the materials or melt them down into the flaming fluid, which would be poured onto the formations on the empty fantasy crystal. The surface of the 1 mu wide jade had countless fine cuts, which were arranged into beautiful patterns and drawings of dozens of inexplicable formations and star points. The star points were the space nodes that weaved with each other to connect the formations, giving rise to the magical effects of the grand formation. The dancing flame was like the tentacles of God, pulling more materials to extract the dregs and impurities out of before putting them into the empty fantasy crystal. As the materials disappeared, the formations on the massive empty fantasy crystal glowed one after another. They seemed to be small-scale star maps with the power of space essence. However, ordinary people couldn't grasp it. War chariots anchored around this mountain, where Xia Exayanyen, Zi Yao, Xiaorong Sana, and Jubo were standing, watching him in silence. The space blades appeared thicker, and the empty fantasy crystal became even more dazzling. They suddenly saw the space above the mountain shattering. Many energy currents gushed over as if the sky had been ripped apart, while the marvelous space energy rippled magically. The narrow space cracks appeared, making space energy more turbulent. The sky above the gourd-shaped island looked like a shattered mirror with more space slits. People couldn't move their eyes after taking the first look, and their soul altars surged anxiously. Under the splintery sky, a young man was focused on using his soul, mind, and soul consciousness to carve the formation with space blades on the surface of the empty fantasy formation. He controlled the heaven flames to refine the materials, then used his God power to pour them into the spiritual formation. Everybody was dumbstruck on watching his performance. Even Xia Exayanyen and Zi Yao, the two who understood him the best, were speechless. They just looked at him with astonishment in their eyes. He's also good at forging tools. If he spends more efforts to study and master his skills, he can be an elder of the potion and tool pavilion, cried Jubo after looking at Shiryen for a while. Sanan nodded and couldn't hide his admiration. He's worth being the one my sister has chosen. He has his specialties, indeed. I know my sister always had keen eyes. He does no blacksmithing. Miao Rong was standing on another phoenix war chariot, his face surprised. What's his profile? He didn't know Shiryan's identity right from the beginning until now. Xia Exayanyen pulled herself together, turning her head to look at him, then gave him a slight smile. How can I say that? He's the one who resolved the danger of the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Potion, and Tool Pavilion, and the Windstorm War Department. Without him, the Dark Shadow Clan and the God Clan would have invaded us. Miao Rong was shaken. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Of course, he knew what happened inside that space passage. He knew Great Elder Zhua, Lu of the Potion, and Tool Pavilion had cooperated with the Dark Shadow Clan to bring the God Clan to this star area. Being the commander of the Water Moon War Department of the Fighting League, Miao Rong had met a lot of warriors from other star areas coming through the space passages to get here. From them, He knew of the so-called God Clan. He was really afraid of that race. But the Dark Shadow Clan had retreated all of a sudden, and the space passage was now blocked. He also knew something through the channels of the Potion and Tool Pavilion. However, he had thought that it was because of the cooperation of the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Potion and Tool Pavilion, and the Windstorm War Department. He never thought that they had a young man who had held such a crucial role. At this moment, Xia Exayanyan told him what had actually happened, which made him baffled. It was the first time he considered Shi Yan's abilities. What about the warriors we had sent to fetch the others? Xia Exayanyan continued to ask. I think they've almost arrived. Miao Rong answered. Are the warriors from the Fiery Rain Star area the core that need to be trained? Why do they have such request? That's because you have never seen how powerful Leona is. Xia Exayanyan smiled. Let alone the Fiery Rain Star area, Monster Clan and Demon Clan all want her to train their legions. If it's possible, I also want to let her whip my Windstorm War Department. She's even better than you. Miao Rong arched his brows, feeling astounded. Me. Xia Exayanyan mocked herself, telling the truth. If we had two corps with the same competence to lead, I think I won't have even a slight bit of power to deal with her corps. Within 1 hour, she could destroy us all. Miao Rong discolored in fear. Leona is from Shi Yan's team. She only listens to Shi Yan. Xia Exayanyan smiled happily. What's the relationship between you and him? Miao Rong asked about his biggest suspicion. Xia Exayanyan blushed, biting her full lower lip. Miao Rong kept silent as he had gotten his answer. Shi Yan concentrated wholeheartedly on the flat peak of the mountain, as his soul altar spun silently. The space abilities were applied to draw the formation in the void, then carve the lines on the surface of the empty fantasy crystal. Shi Yan's co-soul could urge the heaven flames and arrange the materials precisely and timely on their spots on the empty fantasy crystal. As the spiritual formations appeared, they glowed. Shi Yan knew the child formation of the mother and child sky linking formation would be completed soon. As he had cultivated space power Upanishad, he had studied the mother and child sky linking sky formation for a long time. He understood about its mysteries. As his realm improved, he gained a new cognition of this formation and could grasp its essence now. Today, with abundant materials, he had tried and built the child formation. Although it was a little difficult, he slowly knew that he wasn't so far from the day of completion. While refining the formation, his soul was calm and peaceful. When he urged his space power Upanishad, the abilities he had mastered were released, which benefited his improvement of his realm the most. His soul shivered, and a sharp space blade stopped suddenly. A flame moved out of a crack on the empty fantasy crystal, and at the cross-section of the two slits, the last space node emerged. Boom! The intense and blinding light bloomed. The empty fantasy crystal resounded cracking noises crunchily as though it was a blooming flower. Afterward, an octagonal platform emerged in the center of the crystal. It had countless dense and complex lines of different patterns and drawings. The strong and dizzy light flashed. After a short while, it disappeared into the spots by the edge of the formation. Shi Yan exhaled, while divine crystals shot out of his ring, falling on the designated concave spots. After several thousand divine crystals were put into their spots, the child formation suddenly had strange space ripples expanding. The onlookers suddenly felt the space around them ripple, and couldn't help but gawk at Shi Yan's. It works. Shi Yan said weakly. He sent his soul consciousness into the space nodes, searching for the aura of the mother formation. After he got it, he urged the divine crystals. A halo covered the center of the child formation. As energy that fluctuated in the formation was clear, everybody could feel the marvelous experience of being able to connect different places. Such thick energy waves expanding. A clear but tender voice arose from the clouds above the gourd-shaped island. Although that voice was still echoing, the massive battleships emerged one after another. Those battleships were made of some kind of bright metals. They could reflect light well, which made them so blinding. Each one of those battleships was more than several thousand meters long. They looked like beasts from the primordial time, falling from the nine-tiered sky. The others could sense a strong and brutal energy fluctuating from those battleships. People on the gourd-shaped island faced the sky, looking at several hundred battleships, which carried more than 10,000 strange warriors from the other star area. They were so scared that even their souls swayed. The warriors on those battleships evidently belonged to different forces. All of them were at the King God Realm, Original God Realm, and Ethereal God Realm. They even had 2 incipient God Realm experts. This intimidating force was enough to swagger across the shadow, ghostly prison, and even the Fighting League couldn't bear facing them directly. Among this more than 10,000 warrior force, there were 3,000 warriors at the Original God Realm and 200 Ethereal God Realm experts. No force in the entire Agate Star area could have this number of domineering experts. Although Divine Light was a famous force in the Agate Star area and it had dozens of thousands of warriors, it had only a little more than 10,000 King God Realm warriors, around 1,000 Original God Realm, and less than 30 Ethereal God Realm experts. The Fighting League was even worse. They had around 15 Ethereal God Realm warriors among dozens of thousands of warriors. It was the same for the Fire Clan, Crystal Clan, Demon Clan, and Monster Clan. Their numbers of Ethereal God Realm warriors couldn't compare to this force which had just fallen from the sky. Everybody was panic-stricken while watching the sky. Shi Yan was also shocked. He pitched his voice. Do you actually need to arrange such a big formation? This force of yours is enough to destroy any force in the Agate Star area. It was Yu Shan who had brought the warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area to this life star for Leona to train. However, the power of this force was much beyond what Shi Yan had estimated. Even in his dream, he couldn't imagine that Yu Shan could gather so many intimidating existences like this. He had a sudden headache. How could he arrange for this massive force? 1 mu equals 666, 6 meters squared. Chapter 1078, Pressure Resistant. Chapter 1078, Pressure Resistant, More than 10,000 warriors and hundreds of battleships had created a heavy pressure like that of a mountain. This force of the Fiery Rain Star area was over Shi Yan's estimation. Sana and Ju Bo from the Divine Light were solemn. They had ordered their subordinates discreetly to maintain discipline. They shouldn't provoke or cause any dispute with the others recklessly. Miao Rong also looked shocked. He was bewildered while looking at the people who had just arrived. At this moment, he was speechless, as if he didn't know how to talk. This force of the Fiery Rain Star area was enough to defeat any force of the Agate Star area. Moreover, they had outnumbered the other forces, obviously, let alone the fact that the Divine Light had only 3,000 warriors here. Even if this force had attacked the Divine Light's headquarters, they could cause a fatal destruction there. The huge number of the ethereal god realm of this force was so intimidating that it made them feel mentally subdued already. The Agate Star area was vast, but it would need 4 or 5 forces combined to resist this force of the Fiery Rain Star area. If they wanted to finish the Divine Light's core in this gourd-shaped island, they could crush every single one of the 3,000 warriors here easily. Yu Shan's force was like a pressing grand mountain, which had suffocated everyone there. However, Yu Shan didn't look happy at all. Quite the contrary. She looked even more grimaced than Miao Rong and Ju Bo. After the battleships had anchored by the small island, she ordered her warriors with an exhausted face. Immediately, thousands of big chests emerged from hundreds of battleships. The energy that rippled through those chests was thick and striking. A lanky, archaic-look old man came to Yushan, who was at the second sky of incipient god realm. He was called Shaowen. At this moment, he frowned while looking at those chests, as if he was hesitant. Yushan nodded at him. Shaowen's face was begrudging as he said, "Open them." Many warriors of the fiery rain star area acted like the thunderstorm as they dashed out and opened the chests floating in the sky. Fierce halos were revealed, which seemed so dazzling. Those several thousand chests were filled with divine crystals, jades, precious metals, and rare woods. The 5-colored crystals were fulgent beside the aromatic pellets and medicines. Various types of cultivating materials that were essential to any warrior were glowing with a magical light that could mesmerize people. Most of the divine crystals in the chests were high quality, with some rare top-quality ones. The energy stored inside was almost in a liquid form, which was murmuring inside the crystals. The spectacular jades had different auras of different energy classes. Some were cool, scorching, icy cold, or filled with thunderbolts. Apparently, they were the customized products aimed at special warriors, which were priceless indeed. Even the meteoric iron, the streamer sand, black metals, etc. that couldn't be found in the potion and tool pavilion were seen in those chests. Watching them all, people felt that their souls had already sunk into those chests. All the chests were filled with different rare and precious cultivating materials. Miao Rong and Zhu Bo looked at them until their eyes had a strange light. They smacked their tongues, counting for a while before they knew that even the combination of all of Divine Light's and Fighting League's properties couldn't compare to the materials in those chests. This finding made Miao Rong and Zhu Bo shift restlessly. They looked at the warriors of the fiery rainstar area, who had just arrived even more cautiously. This was filthy rich. Seriously, Miao Rong and Zhu Bo sighed with emotions. As we come here this time, we will use only our own sources. We won't consume anything from you guys. Yushan talked slowly while her bright eyes looked at Shi Yan only. She didn't bother to look at Miao Rong, Zhu Bo, Sana, Xia Xanyan, and Ziyao. In her eyes, it seemed only Shi Yan had the right to talk with her. Many warriors of divine light were shocked. When they looked at Shi Yan again, they all had an awkward complexion. You just need to ask Leona to help us train our soldiers. We will cover our consumption. We won't ask you to take care of all of things for us. Yushan became dead serious. I know how difficult and brutal the training can be. If some of them die unexpectedly during the training, we won't say a word. Xiao En stood by her, frowning. He looked at Shi Yan disbelievingly, lowering his voice. Is he worth our trust and difficulties for such consumption? Xiao En's voice wasn't high, but everybody could hear him clearly. They couldn't help but look at him. This man seemed to hold high position. He was at the second sky of incipient god realm, cultivating the Thunderbolt Power Upanishad. He must be famous in fiery rainstar area. When Yushan talked to him, she was careful and respectful. Leona is an extraordinary genius. I believe that the force she trains can resist the standing army of the God Clan. The standing army of the God Clan. Xiao En furrowed his brows as his line of sight raked through the warriors of the divine light. His eyes became disdainful. The competence of the team here can't be compared to ours. Is she worth your trust? Many warriors of the divine light, including Sana, Zhu Bo, and Ziyao, changed their looks as they felt insulted. The blood lance of the divine light was famous in the Agate Star area, indeed. Sana and Zhu Bo had confidence in their fleet. However, being disdained today, they all felt angry. Yushan scanned the divine light's warriors, talking nonchalantly. They aren't an elite force indeed, but they aren't the force Leona has trained. I believe that if Leona commands them, Our troop with a similar competence wouldn't be their match. Xiao En laughed strangely. He looked at the warriors behind him, and then the blood lance of the divine light. Suddenly, he talked with a severe face. You know that I didn't agree to send so many experts to the Agate Star area for training because I don't believe the Agate Star area could have some good trainer at such high levels. Our family used to battle against the forces of the Agate Star area. I know their fighting competence. So, I don't think they can be compared with the intimidating force of our fiery rain star area. Of course, I know you won't shoot an arrow aimlessly, especially when we are under such a heavy pressure. Xiao En paused for a while and then continued. Give me something to put my faith on, okay? Also to show your soldiers something that makes them believe. Standing behind him, the warriors from the fiery rain star area had their eyes brightened, looking at Yu Shan with yearning visages. Yu Shan frowned, hesitating for a while before talking to Shi Yan. Is Leona here? Sure. Yan wore a cold face while standing by the child formation he had just completed. He frowned, squinting at Xiao En and talking deliberately. You can go back to your fiery rain star area now. I won't let Leona help you train your army. Miao Rong, Sana, and Zhu Bo were surprised, but they couldn't help but praise him in their minds. Xiao En laughed evilly, while Yu Shan changed her complexion. After more than 10,000 warriors of the fiery rain star area had arrived in hundreds of battleships, they put a heavy pressure on the chests of the warriors in the gourd-shaped island, making them find it hard to breathe. Although Zhu Bo and Miao Rong were at the incipient god realm, they were no exception. Xiao En and Yu Shan were both at the second sky of incipient god realm. They were stronger than the other two. At the same time, the number of the ethereal god realm experts of their force was overwhelming. No matter which aspect they were to be compared in, the force in this island would always be in the lower position. Thus, Miao Rong and Zhu Bo felt dispirited as they weren't as strong as the others. Naturally, they kept silent under such massive pressure. However, when facing Xiao En's doubt and contempt, all people in the island thought that Shi Yan would treat them with great care and would say good words to them and talk them into their agreement. No one had expected that Shi Yan would give a shocking answer like that. He refused them. Under a mountain-like pressure, he unilaterally erased what he's promised them. All the warriors in the gourd-shaped island were scared. They didn't understand anything. You had promised me. Yu Shan's eyes got colder, while her soft body released a scorching heat of the burning flame. After you can satisfy your men, I will talk to you again. Shi Yan still wore a cold face. If the people you've brought here disdain us or don't trust us, as they think they could kill us easily, then I'm sorry. We won't welcome you. Please leave the Agate Star area. Hearing him, the Divine Light warriors became excited, while Xiao En and the Fiery Rain Star area warriors had a cold countenance. Kid, your realm isn't high, but your mannerism isn't anywhere low. Xiao En snorted, sneering. I don't think that warriors of your Agate Star area can beat us in military tactics. Have you ever engaged in a battle with the God Clan? Do you know how strong they are? No, you don't, because you've just met the Dark Shadow Clan, a watchdog of the God Clan. If you did face the God Clan, even if it were a group of warriors without a structure, you guys would be smashed. His finger pointed at the Divine Light's blood lance fleet with a countenance full of contempt. Taking a deep breath, Xiao En wore a stern face. I used to face the God Clan directly. I know how terrible this clan is more than anyone else. I know how sharp and magical their formation can be. It's important to train the legions, but if I have to put my hope in someone who has never seen how dangerous the God Clan is, I'm sorry, but it has to be a no. He looked at Yu Shan, and the warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area also looked at her. Obviously, they didn't trust her. Seems like even you can't have a uniform thought in your own organization. Shi Yan gave a faint smile while talking to Yu Shan impatiently. First, you should manage your internal issues, then you can talk to me. I don't have free time to help you with your discipline. Dares disrespect Madame Yushan? You haughty kid! A third sky of ethereal god realm young man shouted at Shuryen, his eyes dark and cold like an icicle. He was the patrol leader of a troop who was saved by Yushan. He had always respected and appreciated her for saving his life. In Fiery Rainstar area, Yushan held a superb position. Not many people dared to talk to her like that. Even when Xiaoan had doubt and debated her, he needed the 10,000 warriors behind him to be his base of confidence. Yushan's power could be proven as she could gather more than 10,000 elite warriors and materials in just a short time. Shuryen, I've saved your friends and your family. You don't want to give me face? Yushan glared at the young man over there. Then she lowered her voice, begging for his favor. Why don't you bring Leona here and compete with the troop led by Xiaoan? We can solve things that way, right? My teacher has mobilized so many people to the Agate Star area. She has to bear heavy pressure from the others already. If we can't solve this matter smoothly, it will affect my teacher's reputation badly, said Xian Fei. Shuryen, Xia Exenyen whispered to him and nodded. The general picture's more important. The god clans, too domineering. We aren't the enemy to the Fiery Rain Star area. We will be good allies in the future. Okay then. Pondering for a while, he stood in front of the battleships and 10,000 warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area. Pointing at them, he said coldly, Among you guys, if someone under the incipient god realm can beat me up, I will let Leona compete with your Sir Xiaoan for battle. Chapter 1079. Better to fight once. Chapter 1079. Better to fight once. _ Hearing Shuryen, both the warriors, the Divine Light, and the Fiery Rain Star area started to clamor boisterously. Shuryen was at the first sky of ethereal god realm. It wasn't hard to see that. The incipient god realm experts just needed a glance to know of his real realm and cultivation base. At the first sky of ethereal god realm, he wanted to challenge any warrior under incipient god realm. According to him, he could challenge the second sky or the third sky of ethereal god realm, or even characters that had 1 foot stepping into the incipient god realm. How arrogant he was! Yushan and Xian Fei were bewildered. They didn't know why Shuryen said that, as they hadn't had a chance to see Shuryen's real performance. Inside that space passage, Shuryen had just stood and stared. He didn't do anything to show his power. Thus, Yushan and Xian Fei didn't know of his real competence. And this was the first time Miao Rong, Sina, and Zhu Bo met Shuryen, so they didn't know how strong he was. Even if they assessed Shuryen's realm highly, they all thought that he didn't know how high the sky was when challenging all warriors under incipient god realm with only his first sky of ethereal god realm. However, there were 2 people who had their absolute trust in him, Xia Exayan and Ziyao. As they used to stay with Shuryen, they knew that he had many secrets, and had witnessed Shuryen challenging warriors whose realms were higher than his. They were confident in him. They even hoped to see a fight, so they called out to support him. Don't you dare, yelled Ziyao. Guess you guys are scared, aren't you? Xia Exayan smiled gently. Xiaoan and the warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area looked like they didn't know whether to cry or smile. They thought what Shuryen had said was just a big joke. Deep in their mind, they still disdained majority of the warriors on the gourd-shaped island, including Miaorong and Jubo. Sure, Yen stood upright in front of the battleships of the Fiery Rain Star area and continued yelling with his cold face, If one of you dares to try me, let's do it now. He wasn't impulsive or neglecting the situation like Xia Exayan had told him. He had made his own decision. This time, there were more than 10,000 warriors that came here from the Fiery Rain Star area. The ethereal god realm experts were so many as well. Their overall competence was indeed intimidating. Their power was greater than any force from the agate star area. At the same time, this force had contempt for the agate star area. Xiao and their leader used to fight against the agate star area. Together, those factors had made those warriors a serious time bomb. If he couldn't subdue this group of people and make them follow Leona's direction, they would bring an extreme danger to the agate star area. Shi Yan could see the seriousness of this matter. He actually didn't want to deny Yu Shan's request. The important task he wanted to do here was to subdue the other. He must let them know that it was not easy to threaten the agate star area. They should know that there was someone they must respect in this place. That was how they would stay in their lots and not cause any danger to agate star area. Thus, he tried his best to provoke them, trying to sound as haughty as he could. He aimed at suppressing the others first. Then he would let Leona smash Xiao An's confidence. Under the 2 layers of attacks, plus Yu Shan's consultation, he believed that it would be the right way he could make the 10,000 experts of the fiery rain star area ease their minds and stay in agate star area for their training. That was how they could have a force that would become a big trouble for the God Clan in the future. There are many ways to say and explain, but it'd be better to fight once. Shi Yan was arrogant, cold, and harsh. His eyes had a brutal gleam of disdain. If you think you're strong, come fight me. If you can beat me up, I can let Leona go back with you to the fiery rain star area. She would listen to you too. Are you sure? Yu Shan screamed in thrill. She understood Leona's value than anybody else. Xiaoan didn't know why, but she knew how precious Leona's talents were. Yu Shan became excited. She called before consulting with Xiaoan. Little Nya. That was a young man at the first sky of ethereal god realm, who cultivated the extremely cold power. He became eye-catching as soon as he appeared. This young man wore a bright silver armor set, whose chest plate had magical drawings. His eyes were as sharp as icicles. He appeared in front of Shi Yan instantaneously. Yu Shan knew Shi Yan had fused the flames of the origin, so she found a warrior cultivating the cold power to subdue him. Although Nyahan was at the first sky of ethereal god realm, his realm was solid. He had sealed his body for 10 years like a hermit in the north ice prison of the fiery rain star area. His body was now no different from the harsh cold ice. Don't hurt him, requested Yu Shan. Nyahan smiled coldly as his thoughts activated to mobilize his ethereal extent. Inside the bitter, brutal icy world of his ethereal extent, glaciers connected with each other unceasingly while a snowstorm swirled everywhere. The cold energy slowly seeped into people's bodies. Miao Rong, Sana, Xian Fei, and Jubo focused on Shi Yan, watching carefully. None of them had seen Shi Yan in a battle before. As they didn't know of his fighting competence, they were all waiting. Even Zi Yao and Xia Exan were serious, because they hadn't seen him fight in quite a long time. They wanted to see which level he had reached. The bone-chilling energy seeped into Nyahan. At this moment, he looked like a froze man with ice rock attached to his body. His face was covered with frost, which made him look like a 10,000 years old ice corpse emerging from underground. As the cold energy swept through the place, even the space there sounded cracking, as if it was also confined in this icy world. Find someone else. Shi Yan looked calm, but his eyes showed his impatience. His arm slightly swung once, and an aura that could bury any creature burst out from his body instantly. A magical seal floated above his palm like the messenger of death. Slowly, it pressed towards Nyahan. It was the death seal of the Death Power Upanishad. The barren, desolated intent domain was generated from the death seal. Death energy, along with countless gleams of negative moods, congregated together and rumblingly covered Nyahan. Nyahan was dashing like a rainbow. His face suddenly turned as pale as a sheet of white paper. He gathered all of his power to withstand the death seal. However, the The death intent domain inside the death seal had destroyed his spirit defense. Nyahan cried pathetically as his body was blown backward, falling into the crowd of the fiery Rainstar area warriors. Boom! 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 The hard ice covering his body shattered. His body was intact and his face ashen. He looked aghast, as if he had just encountered something very terrible. He couldn't resist even one attack from Shi Yan. Yu Shan and Xiao En changed their countenances. They looked as though they were considering who would be Shi Yan's next opponent. People on Divine Light's side looked shocked. However, they became excited in the next moment as they thought that the situation was going to be more interesting. That strike was simple and fleeting, so they didn't see enough Shi Yan's competence. Now they wanted more. Thus, they all looked at the fiery Rainstar area side, waiting for them to send a new expert. Seeing Yushan and Si hesitating, Shi Yan was impatient. He pointed at a young man. "You were quite loud just now." "Yeah, it's you then." He pointed at the young man who had shouted at him and wanted to teach him a lesson on behalf of Yushan. That young man was at the third sky of ethereal god realm, cultivating a sharp metal power. His aura was indeed sharp and robust. Shi Yan knew he was an expert who had understood his realm thoroughly. As he proactively chose his opponent, the fiery Rainstar area warriors were all surprised, then looked at him with sneers. This brat is such a fool. He dares to provoke Jin Lai de Ji. He courts death. Master Jin Lai is going to break to incipient god realm. Well, he's just at the first sky of ethereal god realm. Does he want to die young? Oh, he courts death. The warriors of the fiery Rainstar area started to mock and tease louder. Yu Shan and Xiao En were bewildered. They now had an awkward complexion while looking at Jin Lai and Shi Yan. Their furrowed brows stretched eventually. That man's really strong. Sana took a deep breath while talking. His realm and power aren't lower than mine. Ju Bo arched his brows, lowering his voice. That kid Shi Yan has the guts. He even chose his opponent. TSK, a gap of 2 minor realms who's wild and arrogant. I can't see through him. Sana also didn't understand. Xian Fei's small face looked scared as she looked at Shi Yan in the distance, whispering to Jin Lai. Jin Lai, he has saved me once. Don't hurt him, okay? Jin Lai thought that Shi Yan couldn't stand a fight with him, so he didn't want to join. However, on hearing Xian Fei say so, he frowned while walking towards the other with a cold face. He then stood facing Shi Yan directly. Xian Fei covered her mouth, her bright eyes dull. She didn't know why Jin Lai suddenly acted strangely. Anyway, some fiery Rainstar area warriors standing near Xian Fei knew that she had just made a stupid mistake. Everyone knew that Jin Lai liked her, and now she had asked Jin Lai to not hurt Shi Yan, which had enraged him badly. Jin Lai, show mercy. Yu Shan darkened her face, seeing Jin Lai walking to the ground. She hurried to ask him to moderate his attacks. She knew Jin Lai's tricks and how brutal he was. She knew that they had to give Shi Yan face to invite Leona, and she also knew of the deep relationship between Shi Yan and Blood Devil, Bath, and the others. She didn't want to cause any grudges with the forces in Agate Star area. Madame Yushan, don't worry. I won't kill him. Jin Lai licked his lips like a wolf before a bloody hunt. Boom! 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 Jin Lai had his 10 fingers interlaced while his bones sounded clear explosion. Then 10 sharp light lances were shot out. 10 sharp metal energy lances with the rigidness and sharpness of a divine metal suddenly turned into 10 gold flood dragons, hissing and roaring inaudibly in the void. They all aimed at Shi Yan. Everybody was stern while looking at the 10 gold flood dragons made of metal energy. They were all startled. He could use his energy to create creatures, each with a wisp of his soul. Only the warriors who had touched the door of the incipient god realm could throw out such attacks. Apparently, Jinlai was a peak ethereal god realm expert. As he was confronting Shi Yan, who was at the first sky of ethereal god realm, people thought they were using the buffalo knife to butcher a chicken. People had their eyes glued on Shi Yan, but 9 out of 10 didn't think he could be an equal opponent of Jinlai. Seeing 10 gold flood dragons dashing towards him, Shi Yan was still cold and harsh, while he grinned fiendishly. Almost immediately, a savage, evil spirit current rolled massively like a sea, swarming towards the shore. It burst out torrentially, shooting into the sky from Shi Yan's body. While the evil spirit was being condensed in the void, it turned into the phantoms of the ferocious, giant demogorgons, which then bared their fangs and claws and grabbed the gold dragons without any fear. At the same time, one hand of his moved into the void, cutting something. It looked like he considered the sky a sheet of fabric that he could cut and trim as he pleased. Narrow but sharp space slits appeared, creating shining space blades. Talking about sharpness, should the metal be the rival of the space blades? The clamor on the ground ceased, and the gourd-shaped island was now so quiet they could even hear the sound of a needle dropping on the floor. Chapter 1080, Topple the Beliefs. Chapter 1080, Topple the Beliefs. Before the 10 gold flood dragons created by the sharp metal energy could reach Shi Yan, the phantoms of demogorgons had stopped them. The demogorgon phantoms were filled with brutality, bloodlust, and craziness. They were black and icy, carrying a formidable evil aura. Those giant demogorgons were the combination of the evil spirit and the death energy, with a wisp of Shi Yan's essence soul. Right after they appeared, they faced the sky and howled, releasing tremendous energy waves. Shi Yan cut the void with one hand, releasing countless space blades, which were even sharper than the sharpest sabers. They all swarmed inaudibly towards Jinlai. Space slits appeared in the void around Jinlai, where brilliant beams of light shot out. Confine. Shi Yan's pupils shrank when he hissed. With that, the space around Jinlai was locked, as if it was tied by invisible chains. The heaven and earth energy was stagnant, the wind ceased, and the energy vanished. It seemed like even light was forced to stop moving. At that moment, everybody could see Jinlai halt in the void all of a sudden, as if he was struck by the body-fixing spell. The 10 gold dragons Jinlai had released trembled hard. The demogorgons grabbed the dragons, tearing them into small pieces. Gold light bloomed in the sky and then vanished. The confined space now looked like a tranquil lake, which just had a big rock dropped in it. It rippled, sending out giant waves. The fine space slits invaded shortly after, causing Jinlai's body to echo cracking sounds. His face paled, while his eyes showed a gleam of fear. Effed! Jinlai couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. His god body shook, and in just a blink of an eye, his body had many fine cuts which began to bleed terribly, as if he had been cut by many knives. All the onlookers of the divine light and the fiery rain star area were dead silent. They all gawked, dropping their jaws and looking shocked. Shao En's bright but cold smile was now turning into a grimace. His lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a word. Yu Shan's hair bun shivered, while locks of her black hair fluttered behind her back. Her bright eyes looked extremely stunned. Miao Rong, Ju Bo, and Sana were dumbstruck like wooden chickens. They were bewildered for a long time before grinning evilly. Huh. Xian Fei let out a low cry, her beautiful eyes filled with radiant lights. At this moment, she didn't know what to say. Many warriors of the fiery rain star area thought they were dizzy. They couldn't help but rub their eyes as though they wanted to see things clearer. They couldn't believe that Jinlai was pushed into such a state and that he got hurt in just a short time. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Jinlai had trickles of blood on the corners of his mouth, but he didn't look dispirited at all. On the contrary, his fighting will was triggered as he grinned fiendishly. Swish! Dazzling gold lightning beams lingered on his entire body like worms. With a close look, one would recognize that those were actually the bulging veins in his god body. His veins were now golden and glowing, wiggling in his skin and giving him a peculiar look. Fiery Rain Star area warriors were stunned. They cried in fear, pulling themselves together to observe the fight. Xian Fei covered her mouth, screaming instinctively. Gold lightning god body. He's combined the metal power Upanishad and lightning power Upanishad. Sana changed his countenance to a grimace. Jubo slightly shook his head. No, it's not like that. Jean Lai's main power's the metal power Upanishad. I guess he had a lucky encounter, in which his god body was quenched by lightning. Lightning isn't his power, he just has the energy stored in his body, and he can use it together with the metal power. Xia Xianyan and Zi Yao were still calm. They didn't show their panic-stricken countenances. Under people's gaze, Jean Lai's veins bulged as if they were real lightning blots. His god body glowed radiantly with golden light, emitting more robust energy waves. His entire body's muscles swelled under the urge of his metal and lightning energies. He was filled with the explosive energy of lightning and metal. Lightning and metal powers had enhanced Jean Lai's god body. At this moment, he looked like a golden man who was molded out of liquid gold. His aura bloomed as he dashed with the rainbow momentum toward Shuryan. He moved like a sharp, golden sword. Shuryan's face was calm. He squinted, urging his power Upanishad and hissing for the second time. Confine. Jean Lai, who was storming towards him, halted all of a sudden. However, he forcefully wiggled out of the space confinement. Once again, he stormed toward Shuryan, this time even faster than before. Shuryan's eyes were bright. He smiled and nodded as he knew Jean Lai had urged all the energy of his body. His furious power had helped him get rid of Shuryan's space confinement. Good to see you here. He wasn't afraid, but actually cheered up. He smiled while his god body changed. Under everybody's gaze, his god body suddenly shriveled. His hunky, majestic body became tragically thin. Wisps of pale mist gushed out of his acupuncture points, flooding the surroundings shortly. Many warriors who were watching this battle had to frown, looking at his body. They suddenly felt like their souls had fallen into a fantasy mirror where they were nipped and torn by evil spirits, demons, and wailing ghosts in a blood sea with many white bones jutting out. They felt that both their souls and bodies were invaded by the evil and negative moods. Everybody discolored in fright, hurrying to get themselves together. They all looked panic-stricken. After they had stabilized their souls, they looked at Shuryan once again, their faces ashen. What kind of an evil power was this? They had just looked at him several times, and their souls had sunk down there. They felt desperate, as if they would never get rid of that blood sea. They seemed to be able to see death approaching. When they could react, they realized that Shuryan didn't aim at them. With that, they felt even more terrified. Xiao En and many other experts of the fiery rain star area couldn't help but remind Jean Lai, "Watch out. Don't jump into the mist." Unfortunately, it was too late. Jean Lai was like a sharp, golden sword that directly and violently thrust into the immense white mist. He had jumped into the sea of negative moods, immersing in the blood sea, visiting each island made of white bones. Countless evil spirits and wailing, hungry ghosts were gnawing at his body and soul. It was the negative sea made of the negative energy of the death power Upanishad. It was a soul attack. Right after Jean Lai jumped in, he entered layers of illusions. He lost his mind instantaneously, slashing the ghosts and evil spirits he saw, which didn't actually exist. People who were watching could see everything. They saw Shuryan squinting and floating aside, looking at Jean Lai, who had lost his mind. The onlookers were now so afraid of Shi Yan. Under people's observation, Shi Yan chuckled, balling his left hand into a fist. He punched Jean Lai neither hurriedly nor slowly. The immortal demon blood was urged. The arm of that fist suddenly emitted a brutal, savage energy. Spikes jutted out of his elbows, while rigid, iron-like armor covered his arm. At this moment, his arm showcased endless evil features. Boom! Jean Lai got hit in his chest and was blown backward, like an asteroid. His god body resounded popping sounds as if someone was frying beans unceasingly. He was struck, sent into the crowd of the Fiery Rainstar area battleships. Warriors of the Fiery Rainstar area had to catch him and check his situation. Jean Lai panted, gasping for his breath. His face reddened as he shoved the others away. I'm all right. He adjusted his condition, trying to attack Shi Yan one more time. But right at this moment, Yu Shan and Xiao En both stopped him. They were stern, their looks towards Shi Yan complicated. I'm okay. I can fight more. Jean Lai cried. Xiao En turned around to glare at him, sighing. He showed mercy, or else you wouldn't be safe and sound. Oh. As he didn't defend himself and Shi Yan had hit him with an ultimate energized punch, seeing that his god body was intact. Even if Jean Lai didn't know what had happened to him, Xiao En and Yu Shan had realized it. They could see clearly that when Shi Yan struck his attack, and at the moment Jean Lai was blown backward, the explosive energy had dispersed out. It didn't burst off his god body. Otherwise, even if Jean Lai's god body didn't explode, he would be hurt severely. Jean Lai is defeated. Yu Shan was resolute, declaring the result of this battle. She didn't allow him to fight anymore. The Divine Lights and Fiery Rainstar area's experts were boiling as they looked at Shi Yan with fear. Shi Yan was only at the first sky of Ethereal God Realm. He had used his first sky of Ethereal God Realm cultivation base to forcefully resist Jean Lai at his peak of Ethereal God Realm. Even more appallingly, he had gained the upper hand right from the beginning. He had even showcased that if he used his strongest abilities, he could kill Jean Lai shortly. He had toppled their cognition of powers completely. After they had arrived in the gourd-shaped island, the warriors of the Fiery Rainstar area had felt contempt toward the Divine Light warriors and the warriors of Agate Star area in general. But at this moment, they all quieted down, thinking about their purpose in taking this trip seriously. They didn't dare to disdain or underestimate the people here anymore. Xian, Fei's beautiful eyes showed she was stunned. She suddenly jumped and yelled, Wow, you're so strong. Even Jean Lai Deji couldn't beat you. Jean Lai was the famous ethereal god realm expert in Fiery Rainstar area. His extraordinary fighting competence had gained people's approval. It was also why, when he started to attack Shi Yan, the experts of the Fiery Rainstar area had assumed that Shi Yan would lose. Today, Jean Lai failed, beaten up badly. He was lucky that his opponent had shown mercy. Otherwise, Jean Lai would have been killed today. You guys can send another one. Shi Yan frowned, looking at the crowd of the Fiery Rainstar area in front of him. You have like 10,000 warriors here with many ethereal god realm experts. I can slowly fight with you then. Don't worry that I would have to consume a lot of energy and that I wouldn't be able to resist you anymore. Warriors of the Fiery Rainstar area exchanged look, but they all kept silent. Ju Bo, Miao Rong, and the Divine Light warriors were filled with smiles, feeling so proud. Are you really at the first sky of Ethereal God Realm? Xiao En pondered for a while before asking. Can't fake it, Shi Yan answered coldly. Xiao En sighed while looking at Yushan. I think no other Ethereal God Realm expert in our force can defeat him. I admit that I have looked down the fellows in the Agate Star area. Leona should be like what you've told me. She is a genius in strategy and military tactics. I'm sure nothing's wrong with Leona's talents. I've seen them with my own eyes, replied Yushan. I'm convinced. Xiao En thought for a while and then stooped his head, admitting his defeat. I will watch over our soldiers properly, and we will listen to the others' directions. We won't have any dispute or objections. Yushan was surprised, exhaling in relief. She then begged Shi Yan, I'm sure my soldiers will listen to the commander. Can we meet Leona now? Shi Yan frowned, pondering for a while before nodding. Chapter 1081. Link Up. Chapter 1081. Link Up _ Before Yushan's force arrived, Shi Yan had completed the child formation. When Blood Devil, Leona, and Phelan went to Devil Blood Star, he had reminded Phelan to open the mother formation in Devil Blood Star. Since he had prepared the suitable conditions for both sides, he was able to connect the Devil Blood Star and this place at any time. At the center of the island, space constantly changed on the center of the radiant crystal child formation. Space nodes twinkled like stars with the mysterious power of nature. Under the other's gaze, Shi Yan chuckled and then stepped into the child formation. He flashed and then disappeared. Dash! A corner of Devil Blood Star. The mother formation that many warriors were watching carefully suddenly glowed and rippled with many halos. Before people could react, a shadow emerged. Yang Zhua, Shi Jian, and Long Zhu, who were standing around, stepped forward and cheered loudly. The mother formation was situated in the spacious yard inside the palace where the Yang family and the others stayed in Devil Blood Star. This area had many buildings, the new homes of the warriors from Grace Mainland. At the same time, there were warriors from Raging Flame Star area. This place hosted many people of various races. Indeed, outside the vast city was the immense forest with abundant earth and heaven energy. Many people were moving through the spacious court. There were guards watching the mother formation all the time. Of course, since Devil Blood Star was Blood Devil's territory, it was safe. Not many people dared to make a fuss here. Hey boy, why did you come back? Shi Jian laughed happily, his eyes excited. I've reached King God Realm. Shi Yan's soul consciousness moved around as he looked at his grandfather. He praised the old man immediately. Congrats, grandfather! Before he left Devil Blood Star, he had left the 1,000-fold lotus to his relatives. Shi Jian was one of the lucky ones who was nurtured by the 1,000-fold lotus. Together with the enormous amount of cultivating materials provided by Potion and Tool Pavilion, Shi Yan wasn't surprised to see him reach King God Realm. There were many people who had the same progress as Shi Jian. With abundant earth and heaven energy, divine crystals and pellets, those who came from Grace Mainland had all increased their realms significantly. Releasing his soul consciousness to sense for a while, Shi Yan smiled sincerely. He nodded and said, Everybody is making progress. Aside from the other members of the Yang family, Chao Qiu Dao, Tang Yuanan, and Yun Hao also had their realms increase significantly. They had all reached exquisite levels. They were all warriors who could still progress in Grace Mainland where energy was about to be exhausted. In this Devil Blood Star, with extra energy supply and the help of divine crystals and pellets, all of them had advanced much more than expected. While Shi Yan, Yang Zhua, and Shi Jian were talking, the mother formation flickered behind them. Bao Ao, Jieji, and Bo Ro slowly emerged. After they arrived, they immediately released their soul consciousness to sense and send out their special energy fluctuations. Thrilling screams and shouts arose from the palace next to them. Shortly after, experts of the demon clan swayed through the crowd to come. They were all excited and touched. Master! 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 The members of the demon clan from Grace Mainland kneeled down in front of Bao Ao and Jieji. They all had tears in their eyes. After 100 years, the masters who used to lead them reappeared in front of their eyes. Bao Ao, Jeji, and Bo-ro had left Grace mainland to find hope for their fellows, just like Shi Yan. 100 years had passed, and today they finally met up in this place. All were filled with excitement and emotions. Where is Leona? Shi Yan squinted, releasing his soul consciousness to find Benny. He then used the soul to ask him. She went to the monster clans. Benny was surprised for a while before he could answer. Shi Yan nodded. His floating soul consciousness suddenly felt Wulan. He used his soul to send her a message. I'm Shi Yan. Please contact Leona and ask her to return to Devil Bloodstar now. I have a task for her. Wulan was the major domo of the Devil Bloodstar. She didn't go to Shadow, ghostly prison, since she had to take care of Devil Bloodstar. This woman had a good relationship with Shi Yan though. Indeed, hearing from Shi Yan, Wulan smiled and answered, Not a problem. I'm going to notify her. But I don't know what she will say. Haha, at this moment, she's the greatest treasure of the monster clan. Unless she wants to leave, no one can take her away. Shi Yan smiled as he was a little amazed. He knew it was like that. With Leona's talents, Bath and Gute wouldn't let her stay idle. They would try their best to make her use all of her efforts to build the monster legions. Okay, you just notify her for me then. Shi Yan replied and then said nothing more. He began to wander around. He saw Chao Chiu Dao, Chao Jilan, the members of the Chao family, Tang Yuan Nan, and the disciples of the Three God Sect. His allies all had extraordinary realms, but they still had a long way before reaching him. Standing in front of the warriors he knew, he acted casually. However, the others were more cautious about seeing him. The invisible river between the realm and status had distanced them furthermore. No matter how friendly and close he tried to be, the others didn't dare to joke or chat with him anymore. They had even considered the hidden meanings in his words, if there were any. This made Shi Yan upset. Tang Yuan Nan said that Ouyang Luo Shuang of the Three God Sect had left alone earlier to pursue the true meaning of powers. It seemed like she had been advancing really fast. In Grace Mainland, this woman was very lucky to get the incipient extent left by some incipient God Realm expert. She had always leaped realms. When she went to Agate Star area, she was like a fish swimming in the vast sea. Every time Shi Yan met her, he always had a new feeling. She didn't stay in Devil Bloodstar to cultivate. She had her own decision. Perhaps when they met again, she would reach incipient God Realm already. Taking a walk around Devil Bloodstar, Shi Yan gathered with Ka Tua, Phelan, and Benny. Those who had one inheritance of the Bloodthirsties bloodline had a mysterious connection with him. When they accompanied him, they could receive a lot of benefits, which made them stick to him all the time. Today, Phelan had reached third sky of Ethereal God Realm. Katoa was at first sky of Ethereal God Realm, while Benny had second sky of Original God Realm. The three of them had different but marvelous powers, Upanishads. One day, they would become the overlords of a whole region of this universe. Senior, I have something to talk to you about. Benny was a little hesitant. At this moment, Shi Yan was standing by the Mother Formation in Devil Bloodstar. He was about to return to the Shadow, ghostly prison to give Yushan an answer. What do you want to tell me? Shi Yan told him, Next time you don't need to hesitate. Feel free to talk to me. Just don't say nonsense. Benny smiled in relief. I'm worried it's not appropriate. Can you elaborate? Shi Yan frowned. Senior, do you really need good commanders who are good at planning strategies and tactics? Benny looked excited. Shi Yan nodded. I think. I can do that too. Benny suddenly became serious. Recently, I've comprehended the powers of my family's divine weapon. I got the family inheritance from it. Those complex strategic dispositions of troops carry the destructive principle of our family. I think if I can control the troops, I can promote their power to an intimidating level. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. Benny came from another star area. He had the inheritance of destruction. At the same time, he had a divine weapon with the great power of destruction. According to him, when his family was still powerful, their army could confront the God clan directly because of their special dispositions of troops. While he was studying with the divine weapon, he had received the inheritance of strategic dispositions of forces. His confidence caught Shi Yan's attention. Shi Yan asked him, "Is it true?" Benny pointed at his head and said excitedly, I have many thoughts, many mysteries of the army dispositions that my family had used and trained the forces. We have more than 10 different dispositions and tactics, but I need to practice. Kid, can you do that? Ka Tua felt strange. Why do you know those tactic things all of a sudden? Do you know how many bloody battles Madame Leona has experienced to have her current attainment? In our star area that year, Madame Leona's Bloody Legion was the invincible existence. Harumph! Benny lifted his head arrogantly. That year, our family's army of destruction could resist the extreme soldiers of the God clan. The inheritance I got is from the divine weapon of my family. I'm confident that I can compete with Madame Leona. Fei Lon nodded and said to him, Good. It's good that you have confidence. She turned to Shi Yan. We can give him a chance. This boy has excellent innate endowments indeed. He's much stronger than many geniuses I've known. When he's serious about something, just like you, he will be wild and brutal. He has powers and bloodthirsty deeds. Good boy. Fei Lon always had keen eyes. Shi Yan trusted her. Pondering for a while, he said, I will let you try. Later on, you will command a troop to compete with people. Do you dare to do that? Why not? Benny grinned evilly. He shook his head. I got knowledge stuffed in my brains. I want to see if it's sharp enough. If you give me a chance, I'm sure I will use it to the best of my abilities. Okay, come with me. Sure, Yen jumped into the mother formation. Fei Lon, Benny, and Ka Tua followed him immediately. In the next moment, they reappeared on the small, gourd-shaped island. Yu Shan and Fiery Rain Star area experts were waiting for them. As Yu Shan didn't see Leona, she was disappointed. She asked, Where is she? Training the soldiers in the monster clan's territory. I've notified her. She needs time to get back. Shi Yan explained and then introduced. Hey, this is my little brother. He also has good attainment on training and strategic dispositions. If you don't mind, I will let him play for a while with Precursor Xiaoen. What do you say? Xiaoen frowned and glanced at Benny. If he wants to play, I'll let my little student play with him for a while. Since Benny had only second sky of original God realm and was still so young, Xiaoen didn't put him in his eyes. Shi Yan smiled. He didn't seem angry. He said to Xia Xian, Let me borrow 300 warriors of your Windstorm War Department. The warriors of the Water Moon and Windstorm War Departments were all here. Their battleships were anchored by the sea near the island. They could come here at any minute. Okay, Xia Xian smiled and agreed. Little Dao, you choose 300 warriors and fight with him. Xiao and lowered his voice to order someone. Yes, master. A young man with a tender smile appeared. He was also at second sky of original God realm. He started to choose his soldiers, neither hurried nor fast. Use King God realm warriors, suggested Shi Yan. Xiao and nodded in agreement. Chapter 1082, Talented Field Commander. Chapter 1082, Talented Field Commander. Above the vast sea, 2 troops of King God realm warriors were gathering and lining up in special dispositions. They were fighting fiercely. The young man was called Yu Dao, and he was a disciple of Shaoan. He also knew how to use strategic dispositions. He had experienced many fights against the God clan. He was deemed experienced in this field. Yu Dao wore a serene face and hid in the center of the formation of 300 warriors at King God realm of Fiery Rain Star area. He swayed like a ghost shadow, continually sending his commands in a low and gloomy voice. His voice was clear and cold, as if it had some magic that could stir up the warriors of Fiery Rain Star area. With the charm of his voice, those warriors started to have a desire to fight. Their fighting competence was actually boosted. Yu Dao cultivated sound power Upanishad. With this kind of power, he had the natural advantage in commanding a battle. At the same time, he could trigger the potential of his warriors. He made them not wary of death, make them wildly bloodthirsty, and could even make them not feel pain. 300 soldiers of the troop he was commanding created a blood saber, which was ruthless and bloodthirsty. The chi of the 300 people had combined into one flow. Their different energy fluctuations started to synchronize and create a marvelous synergy. This troop of 300 warriors gave people the aura of a legion of 1,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses dashing. It made Xia Exanyan and the warriors of the divine light discolor. Apparently, Yu Dao was like Xia Exanyan. He was also a warrior whose expertise was to control a troop. He had innate talents in this field. Xiao En chuckled and said, Yu Dao cultivates sound power Upanishad. Although his cultivation base isn't really exquisite, his sound ability could urge the potential of his soldiers. He could make them not feel pain and not be afraid of death. They would become wild and fearless. Of course, Yu Dao knows how to command his soldiers in the field. After hundreds of battles, he could still surprise people every time. Yu Shan nodded and gave her compliments. Sir Xiaoan, you're lucky to have such a good student. Xiaoan laughed, his face cheered up. Many warriors of Fiery Rain Star area also looked at Yu Dao without blinking, light filling their eyes. Compared to Yu Dao, Benny's performance was much worse. It was Benny's first time controlling a troop in a battle. He had the knowledge of different tricks, secrets, and major stationing. However, he had never practiced them before. He appeared somewhat flurried, his voice also hurried and muddled. Thus, before they had engaged in the battle, their disposition was twisted like a mess of tangled fibers. It didn't look like a professional stationing at all. Warriors of Divine Light and Fighting League looked disappointed. The warriors under Benny's command didn't have confidence. They scattered and didn't even listen to Benny's orders, which assigned their stations. The warriors of Fiery Rain Star area laughed as they saw such a poor arrangement. Xiao En frowned. He contemplated for a while and gave Yu Dao a gesture, telling him not to attack immediately. You don't respect us. Xiao En darkened his face, sending a rookie like that kid, a person who has never commanded in a battle, to confront us. You look down on us. Yu Shan also frowned. Xia Exayan Yen was baffled. She stepped forward and whispered, Should we change the commander? Let me fight that Yu Dao. I believe I'm as strong as he is. I'm sure we won't have an ugly defeat. She could see that Benny didn't have experience. She didn't know why Shi Yan wanted Benny to command this troop, but this situation wasn't something Benny could control. As Fiery Rain Star area could make a fit about this, she proactively wanted to take the responsibility. Shi Yan frowned and shouted, Benny, where's your wild power? Staying in the middle of the mess, Benny was so worried as if he had a flame in his heart. All of a sudden he was shaken. A bloodthirsty desire swarmed over him. His anxiety boiled while his eyes had the evil light of destructive power, which was deadly and dangerous. Boom! A flow of energy that could kill all living beings shot out from Benny's body. He seemed to become a completely different person. He became extremely wild and crazy. A warrior of the Windstorm War Department didn't listen to him. He rose his hand to pat that man. The man's bones exploded, his body almost smashed. Benny's eyes turned garnet, which seemed to have blood brimming. A destructive desire diffused that could affect the souls of all warriors in his troop, their soul altars controlled. Immediately, Benny's order flowed like a gush of water as his soul consciousness poured into those people's brains directly. The chaotic melee of 300 soldiers suddenly had an aura that could destroy earth and heaven. Each warrior of Windstorm War Department seemed to be boosted to the extreme. Now, they looked as if they had just fallen into bedevilment. They all became wild and brutal. Benny's destructive aura had collected all the auras of his troopers' energy. In just a blink, he combined them into one massive flow. He looked like the devil that commanded his troop. The troop of 300 warriors seemed to turn into a giant demon from the 9 Serenity, Purgatory. The evil and mad energy fluctuations violently swarmed towards Yu Dao's troop. He uses his soul to control people's chi and operating mechanism, gathering everything into one unit. Xiao En discolored all of a sudden, his body shivering. Yu Shan's eyes brightened radiantly. She was in disbelief. Apparently, she was also aghast. People who knew strategic, military dispositions screamed. They looked dull as they couldn't explain what they were observing. Using the soul to gather the auras of the subordinates, and using the soul consciousness to connect the soul altars were the subtlest methods to control the troop in combat that only legendary field commanders who ruled the whole region could do. As Xiao En and Yu Shan used to fight the God Clan, they knew that the clan had just a few talented field commanders that could do so. They were astounded indeed. It was obviously the first time Benny controlled a troop in combat. His wildness could create something magically terrifying when he used his soul to control the trooper's operating mechanism and chi to create the tide of the strongest attack. It was unimaginable indeed. Yu Dao's troop had a totally different feeling compared to the audiences when they saw Benny and his troopers coming. In Yu Dao and the warriors of Fiery Rainstar area's eyes, there was no Benny and his troop. There was a monster that had just crawled out of its pit in hell. With an open mouth, it spurted blood scent as it was storming violently towards them. It wanted to tear them apart. It was not a hallucination. They could even see the cold fangs and the evil, cold eyes of the monster. Their minds were subdued in just a blink of an eye. They felt dispirited as they couldn't resist this troop. Their formation was scattered from its formerly sharp disposition. Many people felt their feet soften. Seeing the earth-destroying aura like the devil from hell, Yu Dao felt his heart become cold. His eyes showed his panic. Yu Dao's troop was defeated right before the battle began. "Stop!" Xiao En thundered, shaking the entire sky. Under his thundering voice, what Yu Dao and his troops saw had changed. Now they didn't see the monster anymore. They pulled themselves together and found that it was the Windstorm warriors and Benny in the middle of their formation. Benny's eyes were garnet, his face bloodthirsty. The destructive energy swirled around him. That energy was like countless silk fibers that sewed the Windstorm warriors' chi into one bunch. The onlookers could see clusters of gray mist and clouds hovering around the troop of 300 warriors that vaguely formed the terrifying monster. It was very similar to the Demogorgon phantom that Shi Yan had created. However, the monster above the troop of 300 was more gigantic and brutal. It was the chi and operating mechanism of 300 people that Benny had used his extraordinary power to collect and perform. It looked so real. The audiences could even see a fearsome, giant demon crawling above Benny's head. They could even feel the malicious aura of that demon, which made them discolor in fear. They now had to consider Benny once again. Gathering the troopers' auras to generate a demon that looked so real was some strategic disposition technique that went against nature. Even Xiao En and Yu Shan, who used to fight with the God Clan, were dumbstruck. Now they knew that if it wasn't the first time Benny controlled a troop, and if he was a talented, experienced field commander, he could make his core change earth-shakingly. The experts of Divine Light and Fighting League were also astounded. Miao and Ju Bo frowned as light sparkled restlessly in their eyes. Can we take this boy to our fighting league? Miao Rong suddenly approached Xia Exanyan and asked seriously, This boy is a rough gem. Once he gets used to strategic dispositions, he will be a top field commander. Xia Exanyan smiled, her beautiful eyes raking around. You can ask Shi Yan. If he agrees, we will try our best to have him. Who's foolish like that? Miao Rong forced a smile, shaking his head. He knew that hope was just in vain. Shi Yan, if he agrees to join the divine light, we will do our best to nurture him. Ju Bo came forward and spoke with an earnest face. Shi Yan was surprised. He shook his head. Benny was slowly recovering from his insane state. He calmed down, but his eyes were still fluttering. How do you compare him to Leona? Shaoan dismissed Yu Dao's team. His face became so severe. He looked at Benny and asked Yushan, I think with this kid, it's not important whether we could have Leona or not. He could see Benny's potential. As it was just the first time Benny commanded in combat, if he studied harder, he would become a peerless, talented commander. Since he had never seen Leona, in his eyes, Benny was the top field commander. He thought that Leona couldn't be compared to Benny. This boy's not bad, but he lacks a lot of experience compared to Leona. Yushan chuckled. Unless he has experienced more than 100 battles, he will have no chance to resist Leona. He doesn't have experience, and he has never trained an army. Xiao An's eyes brightened up. Is Leona that excellent? Maybe Benny will surpass her later. Right now, he's far behind her. You tell me, who do we need now? Yushan smiled. Both. Xiao An's eyes twinkled. It's good that we can have both of them. Shi Yan glared at him before smiling and waving his hand. We're done here. Leona will come very soon. I will arrange for her to train your soldiers. About Benny, if you aren't afraid that he would cause harm, you can let him torture your soldiers for a while to help him earn experience. It's okay. If he agrees to work with us, it's our honor. We're glad to do that. Xiao An hurried to reply. We're also glad to send our men for him to torture. Miao Rong and Ju Bo also expressed. They looked excited and enthusiastic to proactively propose and chime in. Chapter 1083. Meditate and Calm the Soul. Chapter 1083. Meditate and Calm the Soul. Just like Leona, after Benny had shown his talents, he had become burning hot in others' eyes. Warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area wanted him, and so did the Divine Light and Fighting League. At this moment, the forces staying on the Cloud Sea Star were boiling up because of Benny. They all asked Shi Yan to have this talented commander. After that battle, Benny's debut had shown off his talents. He had become a character that could call the wind and summon the rain. People directly ignored his low realm as they only considered his talented leadership. But Benny listened to Shi Yan and knew whom he could trust. Thus, he just kept silent. So, everybody now targeted Shi Yan. Shi Yan told them that they didn't have the spare efforts to train the corps for different forces. At this moment, they would only help the Fiery Rain Star area. Afterward, when they had free time, they would discuss this matter again. He understood that the Fiery Rain Star area was now bearing a heavy pressure from the God Clan's threat. At this moment, many forces of the Fiery Rain Star area were facing the God Clan. It was crucial to him and the Fiery Rain Star area to improve the overall competence of the latter's competence. Only when the God Clan got damaged would it have no free time to notice the growth of Bloodthirsty's bloodline. It wouldn't pay attention to the Agate Star area then. Yushan and Xiao An were thrilled on listening to Shi Yan. They felt so lucky, and this trip wasn't in vain. Divine Light and Fighting League felt extremely disappointed. However, Shi Yan didn't have any relationship with them, and he didn't promise them anything. Shortly after, Shi Yan, Yushan, and Xiao An discussed. They agreed to arrange the fiery rain star area warriors to stay on this Cloud Sea Star. The Cloud Sea Star was in a corner of the Shadow, ghostly prison. It was near the Space Passage Hub and also near the Divine Light and the Fighting League. With the Child Formation, it was connected to the Devil Blood Star. Its location was quite convenient for them. No matter it was for Leona to come and train, or for the warriors of the fiery rain star area to return to their headquarters and transport more materials, it was really convenient. The Cloud Sea Star used to belong to the Dark Shadow clan, and the Divine Light had claimed the star after that. However, since Shi Yan had rescued 3,000 warriors of the Divine Light, they decided to retreat from this place. If Shi Yan hadn't participated, normally the Fighting League would take this Cloud Sea Star. Actually, Miao Rong and Xia Xanyan had planned to claim this Cloud Sea Star. However, after Shi Yan, Xiao En, and Yu Shan had discussed their plan, they decided to make the Cloud Sea Star their rest stop. So, Miao Rong and Xia Xanyan didn't hesitate to agree, and declared that the Fighting League wouldn't have any other intention toward this planet. Thus, the Cloud Sea Star belonged to Shi Yan for the time being, and the warriors of the fiery rain star area could stay here for a while. Because of Shi Yan's special relationships with Xia Xanyan and Ziyao, warriors of the Divine Light and Fighting League could come to the Cloud Sea Star as well. Somehow, this planet had become the communications center of different forces, a crucial place. With the number of more than 10,000 warriors of the fiery rain star area here, the other forces in Shadow, ghostly prison, didn't dare to mess up with the Cloud Sea Star. With the Fighting League's backup, no one would come here to court death. The Cloud Sea Star had been appropriately arranged, but Ziyao and the Divine Light experts hadn't left yet. They wanted to stay and widen their knowledge when Leona came back. They did want to learn the art of commanding corps. Shi Yan didn't oppose, so Ju Bo and Sana were happy. They found some islets to stay as guests here. Xia Xanyan and Miao Rong hadn't left yet, so the warriors of the Windstorm and Watermoon War Department were also settled on the Cloud Sea Star. They had the same thought as Ju Bo and Sana. They wanted to exchange the excellent tactics and strategic disposition of troops with Benny and Leona. Of course, Ziyao and Xia Xanyan wouldn't neglect Shi Yan. They often met up with him, talking about cultivating methods to seize the chance to be with him. Time flew hurriedly and half a month passed by. Within this period, when Leona hadn't arrived yet, Benny had taken the fiery rain star area warriors to play with him. He had applied many strange and rare methods to train the troops, some of which were unimaginable. For example, he let some warriors with the same power Upanishad use a secret technique to connect their soul altars, which would combine their powers when attacking or defending. Benny had some secret techniques that could connect people closely. They worked and gave rise to incredible attacks indeed. He also arranged the warriors with power Upanishads that could support each other into smaller stations. The powers they used could support each other magically. At the same time, he did prepare the formation using different weapons and armors, and also some odd dispositions. Benny had them all in his head. He just lacked experiences. Today, as he got the fiery rain star area's volunteers for his practice, he was so happy that he didn't feel tired at all. Xiao En and Yu Shan had paid close attention. In the beginning, they couldn't ease their mind because they didn't know what he was doing. However, after 10 days, when they saw how powerful their soldiers were when they applied Benny's techniques, they immediately decided to make their troops cooperate their best with Benny, no matter how hard he wanted them to play in the field. They could ease their minds now, and even thought that if Leona didn't arrive, Benny here would be enough to transform the corps they brought here into a mighty force that could resist the God Clan. For half a month, Shi Yan often took a walk with Xia Xanyan and Ziyao around the Cloud Seer Star. When they had free time, they would go to watch the sky and the ocean, putting aside the worries of chaos and the threat from the God Clan. It was a rare chance for them to relax their tense nerves. Sure, Yen sometimes tried to understand his power Upanishads as well. Unexpectedly, he did harvest something. Under the state of his calm mind and soul, when he let go of everything to understand the magnificent natural sights around, it seemed easier to increase his realm. This finding surprised and cheered him up. All of a sudden, he recognized that he had never had a quiet moment in his life, and he actually needed time to relax. He should stop somewhere to admire the beauty of nature and let his heart and soul feel at peace. While he sometimes had a flash of recognition of his powers, the tear of power Upanishads in his soul altar would be sparkling with starlight. At the same time, his life and death power Upanishad seemed to generate something magical. He wouldn't try to put his mind to study them, just enjoying those fleeting glimpses. In this state, he felt his soul slowly sublimate. His ethereal extent had some changes as he reached the second sky of ethereal God realm. He suddenly realized that when he had his soul and body relaxed this time, it was a rare spiritual baptism for him. He really needed this kind of calmness and peace to increase and strengthen his realm. This kind of peaceful and relaxing life also cheered up Zi Yao and Xia Exanyan. After the small quarrels they used to have in the beginning, they had become calmer. Sometimes, when they went with Shi Yan to watch the clouds changing in the sky, they could stay silent for a long time as they just simply enjoyed the sweet, comfy moment with their loved one. It wasn't a short time since the two women had known Shi Yan. However, they had never had a moment when they could ease their mind and enjoy the natural attractions around with Shi Yan. The days and nights they had spent with this man had always been accompanied by fighting, running, magical encounters, and dangers. There were very little moments they could just stand and enjoy the magic of life without worrying about the chaos behind. The quiet and cozy life in this cloud sea star was what they had always yearned for. Just like Shi Yan, they also had the chance to relax and open their mind to comprehend the mysteries of their powers, Upanishads. They felt that their souls being purified and something had changed in their soul altars as well. This wonderful feeling was hard to describe. Unfortunately, the happy days couldn't last long. On this day, while they were standing on the reef to watch the immense sea with many white waves, they heard shout and screaming. Many warriors of the fiery rain star area were gathering on the gourd-shaped island far from them. The battleships that had anchored and emerged undersea also floated up. Xiao En and Yu Shan wore a solemn face as they were observing the sky. What's going on? Zi Yao's face was cold. Someone comes to provoke us. She felt irritated because her peaceful days were disturbed. She didn't want to shout and curse. Yeah, if it were not someone coming, Xiao En wouldn't be that cautious. While frowning, Shi Yan said, "It should be someone mighty who can threaten Xiao En. Let me check it out." Then, while closing his eyes, Shi Yan sent a wisp of his soul consciousness, which flew like a space saber that could cut off the sky, disappearing into the void. After 10 breaths, his eyes slowly darkened. It's the potion and tool pavilion as the main force. They also have the Fire Clan, Crystal Clan, and Ice Clan, with around 2,000 battleships and 30,000 warriors. Xia Exanyan and Zi Yao changed their complexion. They are the force of second Elder Guhi, right? Xia Exanyan threw Zi Yao a glance. A couple days ago, I received the information saying that the Elder Conference of the Potion and Tool Pavilion ended. Zulu didn't participate in that conference. When we returned from the space passage, Zulu had taken his subordinates and disappeared. No one knows where he is now. He sure knows his fate if the Potion and Tool Pavilion will chase and exterminate him. He has taken action and avoided the danger. With Zua Lu's absence in the Elder Conference, second Elder Gu, he took the control. He has vaguely replaced the Pavilion Master. I don't know the details, though. Although Feng Yan was there, she's not a member of the Potion and Tool Pavilion, so she couldn't join the conference. But I heard that Fu Wei, Bettina, and Jia Duo failed. Fu Fu Wei has to face the wall and reflect on herself. Xia Xian Yen frowned deeply while talking. We don't know what happened inside the potion and tool pavilion structure. The only thing we can confirm is that the ruling party of the pavilion now isn't Bettina or Fu Wei. It's second Elder Gu He. Gu He. Shi Yen contemplated, then looked at Zi Yao. Gu He and the divine light had a close relationship. He thought if Xia Xian Yen knew about the issues of the potion and tool pavilion, Zi Yao must know something as well. Gu He's the second elder of the potion and tool pavilion. His power in the potion and tool pavilion isn't less than great Elder Zhuolu. Today, the cooperation between Zhuolu and the Dark Shadow clan has been exposed, so he has lost his party and the ally. Gu He now naturally controls everything. Third Elder Bettina doesn't have a strong background, so she couldn't face Gu He. This time, it wasn't beyond our expectation that Gu He won in the Elder Conference. Zi Yao thought and then said something had happened back in the Elder Conference, but we don't know the details. We just know that Gu He keeps the potion and tool pavilion's cannon now. The one with the cannon will be the master of the potion and tool pavilion, right? Xia Xian Yen changed her visage. Yeah, the former pavilion master of the potion and tool pavilion had his soul vanished. He's not different from a dead warrior now. With the cannon, Gu He only needs to carry out the last ceremony and ritual, and he can be the newly elected pavilion master. Zi Yao nodded. Doesn't it say that the one who found the cannon could step on the glorious throne of the pavilion master? Shi Yen was confused. I guess Gu He found some reason to blame Fu Wei for something. Otherwise, he couldn't have taken the cannon from her. In short, the current master of the potion and tool pavilion is Gu He. If not, it would not have been easy for our divine light to enter the shadow, ghostly prison. Gu He had arranged everything. My teacher has carried out his plan, said Zi Yao. Then, why does Gu He come to Cloud Sea Star? From his momentum. I guess he is aiming at the fiery Rainstar area warriors. Xia Xian Yen was also confused. We will know shortly. Shi Yen stood up. Starlight swirled around him like a sprinkle which condensed into small meteors. He then shot out in the direction of the gourd-shaped island. Xia Xian Yen and Zi Yao followed him immediately. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.